Texas.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It's going to be the 6th of June, 2025, 5:57 p.m. The news is weather, and we do have a thunderstorm that is likely attempting to produce a tornado now. This is going to be in eastern parts of Lubbock County. This will be east of the city of Lubbock, moving away from the city of Lubbock. This thunderstorm is capable of producing baseball-size hail, 80 to 100 mile per hour winds, and we do believe there is a tornado attempting to be generated by this extremely dangerous thunderstorm now just north of Ransom Canyon. We're seeing rear flank downdraft winds approaching 90 to 100 miles per hour on the backside of this circulation. We are also seeing a strong amount of inflow, and we do believe this thunderstorm is going to be capable of producing a tornado now. And this is going to be moving southeast towards southeastern Lubbock County, portions of southern Crosby County. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning, but with the caveat that we do believe that this storm is capable of producing a tornado. In eastern Lubbock County, moving southeast towards Ransom Canyon, and eventually this is going to be moving from anywhere from near Slanton, there on Highway 84, out towards Highway 207. In parts of southern Crosby County, staying south of Rawls. But again, this is a pretty gnarly looking thunderstorm, pretty impressive low-level reflectivity and hook signature, and we are noticing the potential of low-level rotation over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. You can see, here you go, and again, you can see this whole thing is kind of rotating like a gyre. And we have a daisy-bazy. We do have very strong winds coming on the backside of this circulation. Not as high as they were a few minutes ago, but we're still seeing north winds at 70 to 80 miles per hour. And this thunderstorm is going to be moving off to the southeast at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. Eeny, meeny,
a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cochran and Hockley County in Texas.
My microphone is up and I'm speaking very quietly, so you can adjust it on your speakers, because when I speak normally, it's going to be very loud. So I'll give you about 5 seconds. All right, so let's go over what we do have ongoing. We're going to switch over to the regional view from the state. We'll even have satellite data pop on here in a second. What we're going to have, at some point here, we have thunderstorms that have developed across portions of West Texas, not too dissimilar to what we saw yesterday, parts of eastern New Mexico, and now with a cell near Lubbock. That cell near Lubbock fired up across a remnant outflow boundary left over from the storms last night. That storm has now matured, organized, and latched onto that boundary after producing golf ball to Easter egg size hail over the north sides of Lubbock. That storm's moving out of Lubbock now, but we could see additional activity in Lubbock over the next couple of hours from the west. Again, you can see that storm's going to be moving off to the southeast. We have a storm riding east on Highway 125 and Highway 114. That storm's near Lehman out in Cochran County. That's going to be moving east towards Leveland. That storm does have the potential to intensify. Right now, it is capable of producing quarter-size hail and wind gusts of 60 miles per hour. But, like the storm now just east of Lubbock, it does have the potential to also organize and become a more significant severe weather hazard. We have other storms from near Clovis, New Mexico, down to Muleshoe, Texas, down to Needmore on Highway 214 out in Bailey County. Those storms are moving off to the northeast, generally with the potential of large hail. Now, up here in the Panhandle, we've got a nasty storm north of Boise City, Oklahoma, just south of Campo, Colorado. There is actually some pretty good model consistency in the short-term high-rise guidance that suggests this storm is going to be part of a longer track that could move across a majority of the northern Texas Panhandle and eventually even into western Oklahoma late tonight. Assuming that is correct, this long-track supercell does have the potential to produce all modes of severe weather, including the threat of tornadoes, destructive hail, and damaging straight-line winds. So heads up to those of you parts of, you want to list the counties? All right, Sherman County, Moore County, Hutchinson County, Hansford County, Ogletree County, Roberts County, Hemphill County, Lipscomb County, Wheeler County. So pretty much northern eastern Panhandle. Severe storm threat will increase over the next several hours and come rolling in from the north, from the Oklahoma Panhandle. We'll also have to make sure we don't have any storms develop in the Panhandle of Texas. But for now, and by far, our most intense thunderstorm is going to be this thing that is near Idalou. This thing could be producing golf ball to tennis ball size hail and damaging straight line winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour. You can see it's a very well organized supercell. The storm itself is producing very large hail. We have very strong winds being indicated here near Ransom Canyon. Those are in association with the rear flank downdraft. Those are going to be winds moving from the northwest to the southeast. And we are seeing winds in excess of 80 to maybe even 90 miles an hour here between Midway and Ransom Canyon here in eastern Lubbock County. This is going to be moving towards southern parts and southwestern portions of Crosby County before eventually, just like last night, trying to make its way down into northern Garza County, maybe eventually passing towards Kent County and southwestern portions of Dickens County. Places like Spur down to Claremont eventually. We'd still be talking about an hour away or so, but I am under the impression and belief this storm eventually is probably going to make a run. Okay, how about this? Let's press that. Is going to make a run like this. So heads up to that, and that storm currently is moving southeast at 30 miles per hour. Our only other storm right now that's severe for the moment is going to be this storm out here in parts of Cochran County. And again, that storm is going to be capable of producing quarter to golf ball size hail, damaging straight line winds, and the potential for large hail. As the storm moves east, you can kind of see this first storm has left an outflow boundary. And with that, if this storm out west is able to latch on or ingest that outflow boundary, these storms will have the potential to produce very large hail, damaging winds, and that one that's south of Morton, if it hits that boundary or is able to ingest it, it may go tornadic. And we're carefully watching this storm that's east sides of Lubbock County. I'll be honest, I'm really shocked they didn't put a tornado warning on this about 20 minutes ago, or 10 minutes ago. It had a very well-defined low-level circulation. It still has a very well-defined reflectivity structure. And if we look at the which way the wind's blowing mode, you can see this thing does have a broad but strong area of rotation out here. We're seeing winds in excess now of near 100 miles per hour just east of Ransom Canyon, just west of Midway. I'll see if we can't get some roads on here. Mimosa Avenue, coming up to Mimosa Avenue, just east of County Road 3400 now. Mimosa Avenue near the community of Midway. ECR 6400, it looks like. East County Road 7000 out here in eastern Lubbock County. Again, this storm definitely cannot rule out destructive winds over 80 miles an hour, the potential for tennis ball size hail, and yes, definitely cannot rule out the threat of this storm attempting to produce a tornado in the next 30 minutes as it slowly moves southeast towards western portions of Crosby County. We note a new storm is developing near Petersburg up here in southeastern portions of Hale County, moving towards Floydada up here in Floyd County. This storm, as it moves probably to the east or northeast, will have the potential to produce large hail and damaging winds. Let's go over what we have right now very quickly. Do that. Give me just a second. We note that the Storm Prediction Center has issued a tornado watch, that's this pink shaded box, for a majority of the Texas Panhandle, West Texas, Northern Permian Basin through 11 p.m. this evening. This tornado watch includes places like Dalhart, Dumas, Borger, Pampa, Perryton, Amarillo, Vega, McLean, Memphis, Hereford, Tulia, Dimmitt, Muleshoe, Plainview, Matador, Turkey, Rawls, Spur, Lubbock, Loveland, Brownfield, Tahoka, Post, Seminole, La Mesa, Gale, Snyder, Big Spring, and Andrews. That is a tornado watch until 11 p.m. this evening, and we will likely have additional severe weather watches issued for the eastern panhandle of Texas in a few hours as storms make their way to the southeast out of Oklahoma. So, with that being said, let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model. We'll load this from 8 p.m. through 7 a.m. And I'll clean up some of these cities so you can actually see the map. Here you go. You can see this model does bring severe thunderstorms across the Panhandle and West Texas over the next several hours, with increasing number of storms expected over the next 2 to 3 hours, which makes sense. After that, those storms will move towards northwest Texas and the Big Country, while weakening after 11 p.m. to midnight, but we could see storms then move into the Panhandle early tomorrow morning with a risk of hail and damaging winds. Some of those storms are expected to be severe as well, and those will generally propagate towards the western Oklahoma region. But again, next several hours, expecting scattered severe storms in the Panhandle and West Texas. Most storms are going to move east. Some will move southeast at 20 to 30 miles per hour. The most intense storms will be capable of producing baseball to softball size hail. The potential for damaging straight line winds over 75.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cochran and Hockley County in Texas.
75 miles per hour, and the possibility of a few tornadoes. So, taking us back to the real-time radar. We'll put a loop on here and just show you what we have going on. We have an increasing number of thunderstorms in West Texas. You can see the most intense storms currently moving east away from Lubbock, but there's more storms west of town. We're going to have to watch that storm southwest of Leveland carefully. It may organize as it latches onto an outflow boundary that could enhance low-level wind shear. We have no tornado warnings. We are going to see an increasing number of severe thunderstorm warnings over the next 30 minutes as thunderstorms continue to mature and we see additional activity develop. So what we're going to do is we're going to take about we'll do a 10-minute intermission here. We'll come back in 10 minutes at 6:20 at the latest with your next Texas Severe Weather update. And if we have something arise sooner than that, we will return. But until then, we're going to let y'all enjoy some music, and we'll be keeping
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bailey, Castro, Lamb, and Palmer County in Texas. A new tornado warning has been issued for Crosby, Garza, Lubbock, and Lynn County in Texas.
All right, well, that plan went out the window. We now have a tornado warning for portions of southeastern Lubbock, northeastern Lynn, northwestern Garza, and southwestern Crosby County. About 20 minutes late and $2 short, but that's okay. We have a severe thunderstorm that's going to be capable of producing a tornado 6 miles east of Ransom Canyon, 7 miles northeast of Slade, moving southeast at 20 miles per hour. This thunderstorm is east of the city of Lubbock, moving away from the city of Lubbock. Lubbock, this is not an issue for you. Let's make that abundantly clear. But what we do now have is a tornado warning. This is going to be for portions of Crosby, Lubbock, Lynn, Garza counties. We'll see those those warnings pop up here in just a moment. You can see that tornado warning. So let's talk about who's in and who's out. Rawls, you are not going to be impacted by this tornado. You may get some hail. Same with Lorenzo. Folks that are in the tornado warning include Canyon Valley, Caprock, Owens, Southland, and Buffalo Springs. So y'all are now in a tornado warning, which means you need to take your tornado safety precautions. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet would be a good idea if you got time. If not, don't worry. Just go to the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If we have a tornado here, it could easily be rain-wrapped and hidden by very heavy rain and hail. So, as that occurs, just keep that in mind. If you're going to go outside and look for this, you are probably not going to be able to see it. So, this is a point where we are live on the Facebag, we're live on our YouTube, we're live on our free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, and we're live on our website. So, we have plenty of places to watch us, and we encourage you to do so as we continue to monitor thunderstorm activities. We're going to be here for you, just like we were yesterday, just like we have been a lot this last month, and just like we're going to continue to be over the next several days. So, what we have, again, possibility of a tornado about 6 miles east of Ransom Canyon. We do note we have wind damage reported in Ransom Canyon. We've got reports of large trees down and blown out windows. That's not a surprise. If you were joining us here a few minutes ago, we had quite the strong winds showing up here near Ransom Canyon, and we still do. Near Midway, 6 miles east of Ransom Canyon, we're showing winds of 90 to 100 miles an hour. Those are going to be associated with winds coming down the backside of a circulation here, what's called the rear flank downdraft. As that activity ends up being generated, we're seeing an extremely high velocity wind with this circulation. All right, so let's zoom back out. Let me make sure we have all our cities on here. I want to make sure we have as many locations as possible. And again, if you have folks out here east of Lubbock, make sure they are aware of what's going on. You can shoot them our live stream link, and they'll be able to stay updated on the current severe weather situation and remain weather aware. So, we'll continue to monitor this dangerous storm as it moves to the southeast. Again, we now have a tornado warning for southeastern Lubbock, southwestern and southern Crosby County. We have a tornado warning reported, or a tornado warning for northern Garza County and extreme far northeastern Lynn County. I mean, that thing might as well just not even be near Lynn County. It literally covers like a square mile just north of Southland. What we have is a thunderstorm capable of producing golf ball to baseball size hail, damaging outflow winds of 100 miles per hour, and the possibility of a tornado. We do have storm chasers moving to intercept this thunderstorm activity as it moves off to the east. southeast at about 25 miles per hour. So we're going to have to keep a very close eye on this activity. We have a hailer that is west of Lubbock right now on Highway 114. That's going to be southwest of Levelland, west of Sundown, southwest of Whiteface, well south of Morton in Cochran County, south of Lehman. This storm could be now producing golf ball size hail. It's moving off to the east at about 25 miles an hour towards places like Sundown and areas southwest of Levelland.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cochran and Hockley County in Texas.
Make that tennis ball size hail. It's what now appears to be what the Weather Service is expecting. So tennis ball size hail and damaging straight line winds over 60 miles an hour. We do note this thunderstorm is capable of becoming tornadic as it moves further east. You see this little green line on the radar here? This is an outflow boundary. These can enhance low-level winds, especially if the thunderstorm starts interacting with it. So as that occurs, we're going to need to be very mindful of this storm southwest of Whiteface, southeast of Lehman, moving towards Hockley County, as it may attempt to go tornadic. We have other storms. We have a storm southeast of Hale Center, east of Abernathy near Petersburg. That storm capable of producing quarter to golf ball size hail. It's going to be moving northeast towards Floydada. And eventually that could make it up to Kittikay and Turkey there on Highway 70 north of Matador. We'll keep an eye on that. That's a left split. That's going to be a hailer. Muleshoe, y'all have a storm coming in from the southwest. That storm has the potential to produce quarter-size hail and damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles per hour as it moves off to the northeast. So, main strongest storm right now is going to be this one that is east sides of Lubbock County moving into Crosby County. This will stay south of Highway 62 and 82, but it will be capable of producing hail in places like Lorenzo and Rawls. The damaging wind and tornadic portion of this are remaining well south of Highway 8262, currently staying northeast of Highway 84, moving towards Highway 207 near Caprock. Those of you near Caprock, Canyon Valley, areas south of Highway 6282, south of Rawls, you are in a tornado warning. You need to be in a safe place. Any circulation we have out here could easily be wrapped in very heavy rain and hail. We're also seeing damaging winds of 70 to 100 miles per hour and the potential for nastiness. And this storm's going to be moving southeast at about 22 miles per hour. All right, so looking back out, again, we're watching those storms west of Lubbock, watching this little cluster now from Floydada down to Rawls. We're watching storms near Muleshoe. We're watching that storm southwest of Lovington, New Mexico, just west of Hobbs, New Mexico. That could be an issue for Seminole, Texas, by after 7 p.m. Watching these storms up in the Oklahoma Panhandle as they move southeast. We are expecting storms to move across the northern and eastern Texas Panhandle in a few hours, and those will have the potential to produce severe weather. All right. And Jason, if you're listening, I'm not getting any video sources coming from Chaser Production, so let me know if that's because it's not up or if something's broken. All right. So let's talk about what we have going on. Or just have that interrupt me.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Crosby, Floyd, and Motley County in Texas.
All right, so we have a thunderstorm. This thunderstorm is east of Lubbock, moving away from the city of Lubbock. This is about 10 miles east of Lubbock, moving away from Lubbock to the southeast at about 30 or 20 to 30 miles per hour. We'd advise no travel on Highway 207 going south out of the city of Rawls or south of Highway 62 and 82. I really wouldn't recommend going north at this point of Highway 84 or Highway 380, so don't go north out of Post on 207. Canyon Valley, Caprock, Owens, places like that, along with Buffalo Springs, are under a tornado warning. This thunderstorm is capable of producing hail of tennis ball size. Getting reports of power poles down, windows blown out, and large trees down back in Ransom Canyon, and that's going to be from either a tornado or very damaging straight-line winds on the back side of this circulation. Those very bright pink colors are winds moving away from the radar in Lubbock, so moving from northwest to southeast. We're seeing wind gusts here of 75 to 80 miles per hour. Earlier, we were seeing wind gusts closer to 100. And that's what this storm's moving southeast. Thank you, Jason. I was just checking. I think I have an idea why. So, beyond that, the other storms we're watching, this storm that is southwest of Whiteface is definitely starting to look more organized. We're seeing that become more of a supercellular type of look, and we're definitely seeing an increase in the threat of damaging hail. Those of you in western portions of Hockley County should be getting ready to deal with the potential of very large hail, damaging straight-line winds, and the potential, eventually, that this storm may attempt to go tornadic. All right, so we're here. I fixed the NDI issue. It just booted me off my computer for a second. All right, so again, that's with that storm out west. So got the NDI stuff fixed. That's all good. Thank you for the link. All right, so one tornado warning. It's going to be out here east of Ransom Canyon and northeast of Slade, moving towards Caprock and parts of Canyon Valley out here in portions of southern Crosby County. As this activity continues to move off to the southeast, we're seeing winds that could be in excess of 70, even 80 miles per hour. Very nasty, nasty storm. After Caprock and Canyon Valley and Highway 207, well south of Rawls, north of Post, this storm is going to move off to the southeast into northeastern Garza County. Eventually, it may make it down towards places like Kent and southwestern Dickens County. So those of you in Claremont, we were talking about you last night. Well, this storm may try to say hello to you. And if it does, the potential for very large hail, damaging straight-line winds, and the possibility of a tornado. Looking at the latest velocity scan here, we're noticing that velocity couplet becoming more intense. We're going to use the storm relative velocity, which just takes into account the storm motion. We use base velocity to get a look at what could be straight line winds or winds being generated out by the storm. Storm relative velocity helps us better see the rotational couplets. We're seeing winds moving away from the radar at 75 miles an hour. We have winds moving towards the radar in Lubbock at about 35 to 40, so about 110 to 115 mile per hour shear, meaning the potential of a tornado is increasing here west of Caprock here in western Crosby County. Eastern Lubbock County, this storm has moved into Crosby County, but we still have a bit of hail and a bit of damaging wind out here in far eastern Lubbock County from just south of Lorenzo down to Midway. We do note we need folks out west to keep a close eye on this storm. We just had a report of baseball-size hail now with this thunderstorm south of Lehman on Highway 214. So baseball-size hail has been reported, meaning this thunderstorm is definitely capable of producing significant severe weather. At this point, it's not capable of producing tornadoes, but the potential for it to produce...
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Eddy and Lee County in New Mexico, Culberson, Loving, and Reeves County in Texas.
Big-time hail south of Lehman. That storm's moving towards places like Sundown, Cape Hobble, and eventually Loveland in Hockley County. This new severe thunderstorm warning, that is way down here, far northern portions of Loving County in the Guadalupe Mountain area of the Trans-Pecos. It's going to be on the border of New Mexico, Highway 285. We could see golf ball-size hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds near Angeles. That storm's going to be moving up eventually towards Jal, New Mexico, and assuming it keeps moving east-northeast, that may end up in Andrews County, Texas, down the road. Otherwise, we are going to have to keep an eye on this storm that's near Muleshoe. This storm, assuming that is correct and moving southeast, and it is, may have the potential to become... What the heck? More significant. All right, back to this storm. Back to the tornado warning here in southern Crosby County. You can see this storm is capable of producing winds now. We've got winds moving away from the radar using the storm relative velocity of about 70 miles an hour. Winds moving towards the radar at about 40, so 110 mile per hour. Gate-to-gate shear with this storm. It's going to be crossing Highway 207 near Caprock in the next 15 to 20 minutes. As this storm continues to move southeast, it also has the potential of wind-driven baseball to softball-size hail. So downstream of this, y'all here in southern Crosby County, stay aware. This storm is now exiting Lubbock County, so Lubbock, you're clear for now, but you got more storms coming in from the north or from the west later. This storm eventually is going to make it into northern Garza County, western Kent County, and portions of western Dickens County. So as this storm continues to move southeast, those of you downstream all the way towards Highway, this is going to be crossing Highway 380 near Claremont at some point, probably by 8 p.m. Let's switch over to level 3 radar. We'll put on a loop here. And you can see we've got storms just moving all over the place. Some of these storms, generally the most intense storms are going to be moving east-southeast. But we also have some left split storms moving northeast, and those are also severe with the potential of large hail. It's these ones that are moving east or southeast that have the potential of big hail, big wind, and also the potential of maybe a couple of tornadoes. The tornado threat is definitely not as high as it was yesterday, but it is definitely also not low, or it's also not zero. Case in point, we've got a tornado warning out in portions of southern Crosby County, northern Garza County. Eastern Lubbock County, you're clear. And this is not going to be an issue for Lynn County, though y'all will probably get your own storms later. Adam Lucio is on the storm out in parts of Cochrane and Hockley counties. Reporting inflow on that is ramped up, and I do believe we now have a tornado with this thunderstorm out here in Crosby County, so we need to go back to that. This is going to be a very high confidence tornado at this point. Back to the which way the wind's blowing mode. Let me see if we can't fix the de-aliasing. If not, I'll show you on my alternate view here. But we do have high confidence now of a tornado in progress just west by a few miles of Caprock. And there you go. There's that velocity scan here. You can see I was able to clean that up. We got winds moving away from the radar now at about 80 miles an hour, right next to an inbound velocity of about 40 miles per hour. You can notice that is going to be in the middle of the hook, and can't completely rule out a little bit of a tornado debris signature. But again, with that tight of a velocity couplet, along with those winds at only 1,200 feet, I do have high confidence we have a tornado in progress now. This is going to be in western portions of southwestern portions of Crosby County, about 12 to 15 miles southeast of Lubbock. These storms this storm continues to also be capable of producing baseball to softball size hail, damaging straight line winds over 60 to 80 miles per hour. So again, high confidence that we have a tornado in progress 5 miles west of Caprock. This storm is moving southeast at 25 to 30 miles per hour. You can see the radar is estimating softball size hail. I have absolutely no reason to believe this is not a tornado. We're going to get an updated velocity scan in just a second. You can see that velocity itself is weakened considerably on the last scan, so we likely still have something there. I mean, take a look. We still got pretty good velocity signature right here, but it's not as potent as it was. But again, probably did have a quick tornado here spin up in southwestern Crosby County. We'll see if we can't get some roads. It's going to be Crosby County Road 115. About 5 miles west of Caprock, in southwestern parts of Crosby County. This storm's moving southeast at about 25 miles an hour. We note a new circulation developing now. This one is going to be very near Caprock and Highway 207. The community of Caprock doesn't appear on this map, but you can see that's going to be Highway 207 and County Road 224 here in southern Crosby County. So new tornadic circulation developing very near Highway 207, about 4 to 5 miles east of the old one. That's what happens with cyclic supercells. And this activity is going to continue moving southeast. The potential for tornadoes, softball-size hail, damaging straight-line winds over 70 to 80 miles per hour. All right. I got that. Close that. Close that. Oh, alrighty tighty, just doing a wee bit of housekeeping on my end. Yeah, I'm sure those sounds were not great for people. Alright. So as this activity continues, we are definitely going to be on guard for the possibility of additional tornadic circulations from this storm about 15 miles east of Lubbock now, with softball-size hail, by the way, moving southeast towards northeastern parts, northern Garza County. And then eventually this may end up in Kent County. We also want to keep a very close eye on this intensifying storm out here in eastern Cochran County, moving towards Hockley County. This storm is showing indications now of increasing rotation. We're seeing indications of baseball-sized hail, and we could even be larger than that. This storm also produced baseball-sized hail back here on Highway 214 in parts of Cochran County. So, and you got the latest scan there. Oh, by the way, another supercell southwest of Muleshoe in Bailey County. That could have baseball-sized hail. That storm has turned east-southeast now and is moving off to the east-southeast at about 20 miles per hour. I see meteorologist Jason Cooley, who is back in the office today helping me out, is really enjoying that fiber internet. I'm seeing clips posted really quick today. Gotta love fiber internet, right? All right, so let's overview. Severe storms, Floyd County, north of Floyd back west to near Lockney on Highway 70. Could have golf ball size hail. Those storms moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. A storm now that I believe has a history of producing one tornado very near Caprock is moving southeast. That storm could have 4 to 5 inch diameter size hail. That's softball to DVD size. Winds over 70 miles an hour. And yes, the possibility of a tornado. Watching a storm now west of Sundown, west of Leveland. That storm's moving east at 25 miles an hour into Hockley County. Threat of baseball-sized hail with that, and the potential for damaging straight-line winds. In fact, let's just take a look. Here's what this storm looks like, by the way, the one southwest of Leveland. This is going to be from storm chaser Adam Lucio, who, yes, did survive his encounters with the hail yesterday, and is back out in West Texas today. You can see we've got a pretty storm here. It doesn't have a particularly well-defined wall cloud at this point. You can see it's a bit high-based, but this storm's also much more organized than it was about 20 minutes ago. So we're going to have to keep a very close eye on it as it moves off to the east at 25 miles per hour. So let's see. Put that on here. And again, that's storm chaser Adam Lucio. All right. Get an updated radar scan. You can see nasty hail core with that now. That's going to be across parts of southeastern Cochran County and moving towards southwestern Hockley County. That could easily be baseball to softball size hail. And again, that storm's moving east towards southern Hockley County. This could be as far north as Highway 114. Could get hail into Leveland, Cobble, and then eventually, sundown, crossing over to Highway 385. And yes, if this storm continues, it could be an issue for Lubbock County by 8 p.m., if not a bit sooner. Storm out here, this is going to be south of Rawls on Highway 207. You can see that new hook has developed, and with that, still seeing a bit of rotation with the old circulation west of Highway 207 by 5 miles. That storm is moving southeast at 30 miles per hour. We are going to get a new warning for what I suspect will be an additional part of north and eastern Garza County soon, and eventually, yes, this storm is going to make its way southeast into Kent County. For those of you asking what we're dealing with tonight, western third state of Texas, that's it. Everyone else, you're not doing anything today. This weekend, and especially Sunday, the threats will extend into northwest Texas, the Big Country, North Texas, Texoma, northeast Texas, and the Arklatex, with an intense line or cluster of storms that may become a derecho. And that could be widespread damaging winds from all the way in the Panhandle, West Texas, and those storms would move southeast down 287 with damaging winds galore. And that's going to be Sunday night into Monday morning. Watching this storm southwest of Muleshoe, this thing is definitely starting to become a bit more rambunctious now. We're seeing a bit of a rotational signature develop, more of a hail signature. The threat of hail definitely increasing with that as this storm continues moving off to the southeast. Now at about, 20 miles per hour. So that's Storm Chaser Adam Lucio. In fact, that hook right there really is starting to become more problematic. We're going to have to keep a close eye on that just in case. This is going to be southwest of Muleshoe up in Bailey County, northwest of Needmore. Pretty impressive hook echo with this now. This is going to be about 10 miles southwest of Muleshoe, at least the hook areas, and it is showing a bit of rotation, not super duper strong, but definitely there. Storm Adam has been looking at is south of Whiteface, east of Highway 214, southwest of Leveland. That's going to be moving off towards sundown with the potential of baseball to softball size hail, damaging winds over 70 miles an hour, and we'll keep an eye out for any low-level rotation. So far, we're not seeing any. And again, I'll show you the full screen from Adam. That's what this storm looks like right now. You can see it is a bit high-based. Not seeing a well-defined lowering with it. So right now, this is much more of a hailer than a tornado threat. And hopefully it stays that way, but we're going to have to keep an eye out and watch. We have a new storm rapidly developing now, just north of Ropesville, just south of Smyre. That storm could quickly start producing large hail as it moves north towards Highway 114 and Smyre. So those of you in Smyre, get ready. You're about to get some hail from a rapidly developing thunderstorm just south of Smyre, moving off to the north pretty quickly. Thank you, Jason. I've got that. Keep a close eye on it. Let me know. Okay, so tornado warning continues for southern portions of Crosby County. Highway 207, that's where this storm is now. Not seeing as strong of a rotational signature. We're seeing a pretty good surge of outflow winds right now. These are moving away from the radar. This green color would be moving towards. Notice the overall intensities have come down. We're seeing outflow winds of about 30 to 50 miles per hour. Inflow about 30 miles an hour. So we're not seeing that super duper tight couplet of, bright pink against the bright green right now, but we still definitely have an interesting signature and no doubt a considerable amount of large hail and damaging straight line winds with this thunderstorm. That is well south of the city of Rawls. In fact, south of Highway 8262 on Highway 207, the hail core is about 8 to 9 miles south of Rawls. The circulation wind about 13 miles south over the community of Caprock, or about 4 miles northwest of Canyon Valley. It's going to be moving southeast at about 20 to 30 miles per hour. We're going to have to watch that carefully. Also going to need to watch this storm. This is the storm Adam's been on. That's the storm we're looking at that's been high base. We're going to have to see what it does with this storm that's near Smyre that's rapidly developed, because if it's able to ingest that, we may end up seeing a bit of a kickstart to the low-level rotation process, and that would be a problem. Same thing goes for this storm near Muleshoe. In fact, it may be more concerning to me than the one down on Highway 114. As this ingestation occurs, we may see that low-level rotation really get kick-started here. So we're going to have to watch that carefully. And we're going to continue to do so. We're going to do real quick, we're going to take about a 5-minute break. We're going to come back with continuing severe weather coverage here on the Texas Storm Chasers. Last time I said I was going to do this, we had a tornado warning pop up, so we'll see what happens this time. But again, be back in just about 5 minutes with continuing severe weather coverage. All right, folks, we're back. The tornado warning on the storm in Crosby County was canceled. Well, we have a tornado warning now on the storm Adam is on, which is a bit interesting. We'll just go ahead and show you what he has. You can see quite a bit of motion now. Very interesting. This storm went from, no low-level structure per se and pretty high based, literally 7-8 minutes ago. Notice we're starting to see some low-level condensation now. Could that be outflow? Sure. But the Weather Service has gone ahead and elected to put a tornado warning on this. And we'll keep a close eye on it. But again, this is going to be a tornado warning now for southwestern portions of Hockley County. As you can see on this radar, this tornado warning technically does not include the city of Loveland at this time. But, boy, what is this thing doing? What the heck is this thing doing? It must have hit that boundary. That is insane motion. I mean, here, raindrop. I mean, look how quickly that, evolved. So we went from, no wall cloud to suddenly this thing's almost ground scrubbing wall cloud. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what happens when a storm hits that boundary I was talking about. In fact, you can see it here on the radar. I'll switch back over so you can actually see it. Here's the boundary. I said if this storm ingested that boundary, we could see things go from 0 to uh-oh-ville real quick in terms of low-level rotation. And that appears to have just happened. And you saw how quickly all of that occurred. So again, we are seeing rapidly increasing low-level rotation now with this thunderstorm entering southwestern Hockley County. This storm has a history of producing baseball-size hail and is now capable of easily producing baseball to softball-size hail, along with the possibility of a tornado. So low-level rotation is now increasing with this dangerous thunderstorm in southwestern Hockley County. It's going to be moving east towards sundown, moving east towards Highway 301. And eventually, this storm may end up making it to parts of southeastern Hockley County. If it continues, it's going to make it into southwestern Lubbock County. But another possibility is this storm takes a bit of a southeastward turn and ends up into portions of northern Terry County and northwestern Lynn County. We also note a tornado warning has been issued up in the Oklahoma Panhandle. This tornado warning is east of Boise City, Oklahoma, but on the present trajectory, this storm will enter northern Sherman County, Texas, in the Panhandle after 7:30 p.m. So as that occurs, we may have tornado warnings in the northern Panhandle of Texas by 7:30 to 8 p.m. Otherwise, we are focusing on these 4 severe storms right now. We have a severe storm south of Rawls entering portions of northern Garza County. This storm was tornado warned. That low-level rotation has significantly weakened. We have a lot of wind being generated, but not any sort of definitive low-level rotation. The storm does have the potential of producing golf ball to tennis ball size hail, straight-line winds of 70 miles per hour. That's going to be moving east-southeast at about 30 miles an hour. So those of you in Claremont, down on Highway 380, Jayden, even maybe Spur, if this thing moves more east, all of y'all downstream of this, it's heading your way. Back west, we have a tornado warning for this thunderstorm in southwestern Hockley County, far, far southeastern Cochran County. This is going to be moving towards sundown, south of Loveland, and, what is that? 301. You can see we've got a live feed from Storm Chaser Adam Lucio. You could see the storm structure rapidly changing as this storm ingested an outflow boundary, which you can almost kind of see here on the radar. And this outflow boundary is acting as a enhancement to the low-level wind velocities. You saw how quickly we had that new sort of wall cloud develop. Now, we don't have rapid rotation yet, but we definitely have a wall cloud now. That was one of the fastest developments of a wall cloud I've ever seen. You can see your hook echo here, west of sundown, and then you can see this nasty hail core southwest of Loveland. That's going to be the potential for baseball to softball size hail.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Bailey and Lamb County in Texas.
About 8 miles southwest of Loveland, the potential for baseball to softball size hail. Just had a report of some increasing rotation with this thunderstorm. You're watching Storm Chaser Adam Lucio. He's near Sundown, Texas. This storm does have the potential of producing a tornado, the potential for tennis ball to baseball to softball size hail, and we are seeing the potential for a spin-up tornado increasing as this storm moves off to the east at about 20 miles an hour. You can see there how this thing is definitely showing indications of producing large hail. The radar estimating the potential for softball size hail, 4 inches in diameter. That's moving east at current speed and pace. It could be an issue for places like Ropesville and Wolfforth by, 7:45 to 8 p.m. Before then, sundown, you're at imminent threat, and then this is going to be crossing Highway 385. The tornadic portion probably about 6 to 8 miles south of Loveland, but the hail is going to be very near Loveland and then south towards the airport and beyond. Again, you can see very, very nasty hail core with that. Back up here south of Muleshoe, we've got a severe thunderstorm capable of producing tennis ball size hail, winds of 60 miles an hour. You can see a little bit of a hook echo there approaching Needmore, and there is a pretty good surge of wind coming out of that rear flank downdraft moving towards the radar in Lubbock, and we are definitely seeing some damaging wind potential with that and some modest rotation. We're going to have to keep a very close eye on that. The hail core and the area of rotation remaining south of Muleshoe. With this thunderstorm. But those of you in Needmore, the potential will definitely exist for a circulation to cross Highway 214.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Crosby, Dickens, Garza, and Kent County in Texas.
And eventually this storm is going to make it to places like, it may make it towards Littlefield, Amherst, and Sudan on Highway 84 out in Lamb County over the next hour. Right now, the potential for tennis ball size hail, damaging straight line winds over 60 miles per hour. Back southeast, a severe thunderstorm north of Floydada by a good way on Highway 207. That's making its way quickly northeast towards Kittikay and Turkey there on Highway 36. I believe that's 36. That may be 86. 86, I thought so. Kittikay and Turkey there on Highway 86. Eventually from there, this is going to probably make its way up towards Leslie, Lakeview, and Memphis on Highway 287 and Highway 256. This one's moving northeast pretty quickly, and this storm has the potential of producing quarter to golf ball size hail, damaging straight line winds over 60 miles an hour. All right. What is that? Is that going to be a gustnado, landspout? I mean, it's got some connection. This is from Storm Chaser Chelsea Burnett. It's going to be a gustnado. That's just where you have some outflow winds that try to spin up like a glorified dust devil. So, let's take a look. This storm that's way up here in the Oklahoma Panhandle just had
a new tornado warning has been issued for Loving County in Texas.
You don't see tornado warnings down here that often. It's going to be a tornado warning down here in the western Permian Basin. / the Northern Trans-Pecos. This is going to be for a storm out in one of the most rural counties in Texas. This is going to be Loving County in Texas. We're not going to spend much time on this because, to be honest with you, the population density, as far as I know, is 6. So, again, this is well north of Mentone. This is north of Highway 307 out here in Loving County. This is well east of Angeles, north of Mentone. Eventually, if this storm continues, it has turned east. It may be an issue for Winkler County and Kermit, but that is still a long ways off. But again, a tornado warning now in an area we don't usually see tornado warnings in. This is going to be Loving County out here in the eastern part of the Guadalupe Mountains, entering the western Permian Basin, the northern Trans-Pecos, east of Highway 285, north of Highway 302. For reference, this is going to be 33 miles west of Kermit, 19 miles north of Mentone, 7 miles east of the Red Bluff Reservoir. This storm is capable of producing baseball-size hail, destructive winds, and even a tornado. So if you're out this way, heads up, we could have a tornado spinning out here in rural portions of Loving County, about 7 to 8 miles east of the reservoir, about 9 miles east of Orla, 14 miles north of Mentone, or 33 miles west of Kermit. And this storm is going to be moving east at 30 miles an hour. So if that keeps up, we are going to have to deal with it eventually out here in parts of Winkler County. But again, this is no man's land out here. There is just not much, even roads. You can see this is mostly all oil fields and desert. So we're going to keep a close eye on it, but we're going to focus on some of these storms up in West Texas that definitely do have more of a population density. Okay, so back up here into West Texas, and I'm going to switch this over to this radar so we can, actually see some storm motions. And again, we have at least 4 severe storms in West Texas now. We've got a severe storm that is northeast of Canyon Valley. That could have baseball to softball size hail. That's moving southeast now, or east-southeast at about 30 miles an hour towards places like Spur, Gilpin, Claremont, Jane, and Girard, southern Dickens County, northern Kent County. And again, that storm has probably baseball to softball size hail. It could even be DVD size hail, 5 inches in diameter. That thing is producing a crazy amount of hail as it soars to over 70,000 feet in the atmosphere. Back west, well, a little back west, a couple new storms firing near Idalou, small hail with that. Could have a storm with maybe some nickel to quarter size hail now passing north of 114, northwest of Smyre. That storm is moving due north towards Anton with hail. A severe storm capable of baseball to softball size hail and perhaps a tornado is near sundown, about not that far southwest of Loveland. The hail is definitely getting very near Loveland now on Highway 114 and Highway 385. We could see some very destructive hail on the south sides of Loveland over to Cobble in the next few minutes. And again, this thing could easily be producing baseball-size hail. Storm is moving east at about 25 miles an hour. We're going to need to carefully watch that. North of that, we have a severe storm south of Muleshoe, moving east towards Sedan near Needmore. This storm is showing some indications of rotation, but is also showing a pretty good healthy hail core, and that's going to be moving off to the east, east-southeast at about 15 to 20 miles an hour with the threat of large hail, damaging straight-line winds, and very heavy rain. All right, we'll go back over and see what this is all about. All right, let's get these set back up. You can see it looks like Adam and Chelsea are chasing together. What is that? I did just see ground circulation, probably a gustnado, but again, that they are on the storm that is going to be west of Leveland near sundown, west of Lubbock. We're going to be keeping a close eye on that storm as it continues to progress off to the east. So again, we got plenty of storms out here in West Texas. We got plenty of storms to deal with. Tornado threat definitely not as high as it was yesterday, but still, we have some storms creating mischief. Hail threat, every bit as high as yesterday. Each one of these storms could be producing 2 to 4 inch diameter hail. It's had a report of a tornado near sundown, so it does look like that was a tornado we just briefly saw on their stream. So that's going to be a quick tornado now, confirmed near sundown. Seeing that from multiple storm chasers and meteorologists, so we definitely did just have a quick spin-up tornado with this storm. And last but not least, we do have a thunderstorm up here in the Oklahoma Panhandle near Keys, Oklahoma, crossing over Highway 412. This is moving southeast towards Texhoma. This storm does have a tornado with it and is going to be moving southeast towards portions of Sherman and Hansford counties. This storm eventually may make it towards Groover and Spearman up here in the northern Texas Panhandle in the next 2 hours, and the potential for severe weather with it remains high, including the possibility of a tornado. So I do believe, unless my super duper information is mistaken, I think Storm Chaser Blake Brown is up on that. I know Storm Chaser Brett Wright is. Here's a view of the storm now back near sundown, southwest of Levelland, and that's going to be moving off to the east at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. That does continue to move east. The potential for baseball-size hail, damaging straight-line winds, and perhaps spin-up tornadoes. This storm has produced a quick spin-up tornado in the last several minutes. You can see Storm Chaser Adam Lucia right there, out taking some pictures and videos. For sure. Nice beard. Nice hair. Clearly I myself am not well versed in either one of those issues, but as we continue to deal with this activity, we will definitely be monitoring this thunderstorm. In fact, let's see, what is that? Let's take a look at this full screen from Adam. You can see some dust there at the bottom of the screen and some rotation there in the top. So we'll see. Again, clearly we're not dealing with anything like we were yesterday. So at this point, at least, we're not dealing with any mile-wide tornadoes. We're not dealing with anything that, qualifies as spaghetti-o, but we're definitely dealing with a lot of hail. We're dealing with some damaging winds, and we may also be dealing with an increasing threat of a tornado now in northern Garza County. So we're going to go back to that. Let's take a look. We'll show you here on the radar. You can see back out here in Garza County, I'll switch back over to the high-res radar. We're starting to see a new hook echo develop. Oh, and by the way, I have no doubt this is producing softball to DVD size hail. That is 5 inches in diameter. I have every inkling this is producing 5-inch diameter size hail southwest of Spur. Absolutely insane amounts of hail being generated by this.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Lee County in New Mexico, Gaines County in Texas.
So here's what the radar looks like. Here's the velocity. Again, we're seeing those really strong winds again, so we may be getting close to having another tornado. In fact, stand by. What is that on Adams? That's either a gust NATO or he has a little circulation in the field right next to him. That was probably a gust NATO. We've got a lot of outflow winds being generated by this storm, but still looks cool. Back to the radar. And again, we're seeing winds now over 80 to 90 miles an hour. This is going to be in northeastern Garza County, about 11 miles northeast of Post. This storm may be trying to put down another tornado as it moves south-southeast. If it does so, we're going to see a new tornado warning issued soon for northeastern and eastern Garza County. The stream you're looking at is from storm chasers Adam Lucio and Chelsea Burnett. They're looking at this storm out here in portions of Hockley County.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Briscoe, Floyd, Hall, and Motley County in Texas.
Storm chaser Stephen Jones, by the way, is out here on this storm. He's reporting, looks like he does have a tornado. There's something going on out here. I don't know if it's just crazy straight line winds or a tornado, but
a new tornado warning has been issued for Cimarron and Texas County in Oklahoma. Sherman County in Texas.
All right, this is going to be a tornado warning in the far northern Texas Panhandle. This is not going to include too much of Texas yet, but this will include Texhoma. You'll see that pop up here in just a moment, but this is going to be a tornado warning now for far northern parts of Sherman County. That does include Texhoma. This is going to be a storm we're going to have to deal with. So those of you, Groover to Spearman, heads up, this is probably going to be a long-track supercell that could continue producing tornadoes, damaging winds, and hail as it moves southeast towards Sherman and Hansford counties in the Panhandle. And understand, this could be one of these storms that continues producing tornadoes well into the evening. So those of you in the northern Panhandle, this is your red alert that we got some problems coming towards places like Spearman, Groover, another way to say it, north of Stratford, Sherman County, Hansford County. This thing's coming your way. You still got some time, but understand we're going to have issues. All right, storm chaser Stephen Jones is out on this storm in northeastern Garza County. He's reporting rapid rotation and debris, which could easily be a tornado that's wrapped in rain out here. So we might have a tornado out here, keeping a very close eye on it. Regardless, we have very strong straight line winds in excess now of probably, I'm going to say 100 miles an hour, 90 to 100 miles an hour with that. And that's going to be with this very dangerous thunderstorm in northeastern Garza County, moving off to the southeast. This is going to be northeastern Garza County. This is not going to be an issue for the city of Post. This storm is generally making its way towards eastern Garza and western Kent counties. So this could be an issue for places like Claremont down the road, along with Highway 380 going west out of Jayden and east out of Post. That storm, again, moving southeast at about 25 miles per hour with softball-size hail, damaging winds, and we can't rule out a tornado. Back west, this storm that is south of Levelland. This is probably dropping baseball to softball-size hail now on Highway 385, just south of Levelland, but we could have hail even in the city of Levelland right now. Back south on 385 near Clawneen, whatever. We do have the potential for this storm to produce spin-up tornadoes. That's the live stream you've been watching from Storm Chaser Adel Museo and Chelsea Burnett. We note a tornado warning down here in Loving County, Texas. This is one of the most rural, low-population counties we have in the state. But this storm could eventually make it towards parts of Winkler County. This is staying well north of Mentone, and we do note this thing does have quite a bit of rotation with it, but again, very low population density out here. And we are going to be keeping a very close eye on it, though, especially if it starts trying to move towards places like Wink and Kermit out here in Winkler County. But otherwise, it's out in Loving County right now, in the desert and the oil fields, where we have very low population density. So I don't want y'all to think we're ignoring you, but there's really not really anyone out there. We have a severe storm that is just northwest of Hobbs, New Mexico. That is going to be an issue for Texas soon. That's moving east, maybe a little east-southeast. It's going to bring damaging hail to Hobbs in the next 10 to 15 minutes before it moves into Gaines County, Texas. And that storm is going to be moving east into Gaines County. If it keeps moving due east down Highway 62, it may end up being an issue for the city of Seminole. We shall see. But again, we need to keep an eye on all these storms. And by the way, if I'm not talking about your storm, that's usually a good omen, but you can track it with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. I'll just put the code up here. Yippity-doo, yippity-yay. Ladies and gentlemen, guess what? Here you go. Just scan that QR code. I suppose it would help if it wasn't blocked off half the screen, but regardless, it will be okay. There you go. Just scan that. You can get the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. You can watch our live coverage in it. You can view radar weather forecasts from across the country. In fact, some international areas as well. It worked down in Australia, we found out, so that was interesting. But, yeah, so you can do that. And, oh yeah, you can get our daily Texas weather roundup forecast as well. All right, so let's talk about it. This storm that is now coming up on Highway 385 south of Loveland, east of Sundown now. If you're in Sundown, you're clear. If you're in Cochran County, you're clear. This is going to be on Highway 385. And that's where Storm Chaser Chelsea Burnett and Adam Lucio are. We'll hit their stream again. And you can see they actually do have some pretty good rotation. This is Chelsea Burnett and Adam Lucio. You can see pretty good motion there. It just updated. Now you can see a whole lot of dust. So we're going to be keeping an eye on their video and coverage. But again, you can see a lot of dust being kicked up. That's going to be Highway 385. And that storm is moving east at about 20 miles an hour. You can see even blowing dust. That's the inflow into the storm, I believe. But you can also see, what the heck is that? Is that a gustnado? Whatever it is, it's spinning. Gustnado, dust devil, weak tornado. You decide. Either way, it looks pretty cool. So this is Storm Chaser Chelsea Burnett and Adam Lucio. Based on the velocity data and the radar data, that may actually be a quick tornado. For big gustnado, regardless. Spooky! Alright, so that's this storm. That's going to be moving east towards southeastern parts of Hockley County, towards the community of Ropesville. That is going to end up crossing Highway 62, probably north of Meadow, towards Ropesville. I would not be surprised if this storm starts turning more to the southeast and following this boundary. This is an outflow boundary left over from a storm earlier. We said if this storm west of Lubbock latched onto it, we would have problems with tornadoes, and it has, and we have. So that is where this storm may go. So this may end up turning more southeast towards Ropesville and Meadow. You can see how that hook has kind of reached out to grab that, and with that, we're seeing that area of enhanced rotation now on the Terry-Hockley County line over Highway 385. And that is going to make its way towards Ropesville and Meadow, where we're probably going to see a new tornado warning issued shortly for portions of northern Terry County and southeastern Hockley County. Back southwest, we have the potential for a damaging hailstorm moving into the city of Hobbs, New Mexico. That storm is eventually going to move into western parts of Gaines County in the northern Permian Basin. That could be an issue for Seminole down the road by 8:20 p.m. We have a severe storm out here in parts of west central Texas. This could have baseball-sized hail now well east-northeast of Post, passing southwest of Dickens. This is moving southeast towards Claremont and Kent County. Again, this could have very large hail, damaging winds. And at times, this has shown low-level rotation. We have Storm Chaser Stephen Jones out here. He's reported this does have, at times, rapid rotation, and they've even had some debris. Last but not least, I missed this earlier, we have a flash flood warning for areas on the north side of Lubbock up towards the airport to Idalou. I don't want to forget that. We have a severe thunderstorm now approaching. That's going to be Highway 86. Near Kittikay, that could be golf ball size hail, perhaps, along with very heavy rain. We could see some flash flooding up here in the Kittikay area, just in the Cap Rock, Turkey. After that, the storm's going to move up northeast quickly towards Lakeview and probably impact Highway 287 between Headley and Memphis by 8:20 to 8:30 p.m. And again, right now, this storm does have the potential of quarter-size hail and localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. Back west we go. Where we'll end up, who the heck knows? A severe thunderstorm west of Sudan, northwest of Amherst, northwest of Littlefield. That storm is moving east-southeast more slowly at about 15 miles an hour. That could have up to tennis ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. If it continues, that may bring damaging hail to Littlefield in the next hour. Up into the Panhandle we go. Y'all are quiet for now, but that's about to change within a vengeance. Severe storm, that's going to be on Highway 56 in New Mexico out in Union County. That's about 20 miles southwest of Clayton, New Mexico, or 25 miles west of Texline. That storm's moving east at about 25 miles an hour, so that could move into Dallam County and northern Hartley County after 8:30 p.m., and that storm may be capable of producing significant severe weather in the form of hail, damaging winds, and we'll have to make sure we don't have any tornado issues. Storm in the Oklahoma Panhandle does have tornado issues. In fact, this storm has a history of producing a tornado in the last 30 minutes. This storm is going to be about, 24 miles east of Boise City, about 18 miles northwest of Texhoma, about 22 miles north of Stratford, Texas, moving southeast at about 25 miles an hour. This storm is going to pose a direct threat to Hansford County and northeastern Sherman County. Those of you downstream, Groover to Spearman, Bernstein, Waka to McGibbon here in Hansford County, start getting ready. This storm's likely to persist, and we do expect this thunderstorm is going to produce significant severe weather as it traverses the Panhandle, northeastern Panhandle, over the coming hour. So, Hansford County, Hutchinson County, Roberts County, Ochiltree County, Lipscomb County, Hemphill County, and Wheeler counties, all the way downstream of this. This storm is probably going to be in Oklahoma by midnight, but it has to move through the northeastern and eastern Panhandle first, and it could be doing so with tornadoes, very large hail, and damaging straight-line winds. Okay, so what we're going to do is, while we wait for the new tornado warning, we're going to take a quick little break here. I'm going to fill my water bottle. We're going to see what the Weather Service is going to do with this activity. And we'll be back with continuing severe weather coverage here at 7:28 p.m., or when the new tornado warning, if they issue one, is issued for parts of Hockley and Terry counties. So, we'll see you again here in just a few minutes with continuing severe weather coverage on the Texas Storm Chasers. Hey, guess what? That was about a 10-second break. I'm not thrilled about it, but it is what it is. That's just how Mama Nature be. Actually, that's the Weather Service in Lubbock's doing. But it's going to be...
A new tornado warning has been issued for Hockley, Lubbock, Lynn, and Terry County in Texas.
Okay, we're going to have a new tornado warning. This is going to not include the city of Lubbock. I want to make this clear. It does not include Lubbock. This is going to include portions of southeastern Hockley, southwestern Lubbock, northeastern Terry, and northwestern Lynn counties here in West Texas. At 7:23 p.m., a confirmed tornado is located over Lockettville, or 13 miles south of Levelland, moving east-southeast at 35 miles an hour. This is going to be a tornado warning for Ropesville, Meadow, south of Smyer, and southwest of Wolforth. We'd advise no travel on Highway 62 going southwest of Loop 289 or north of Highway 380 in Brownfield. The storm, again, has a history of producing brief tornadoes, and we're seeing evidence that we could have another one in progress right now with this activity moving into northeastern Terry County. So we want folks down here, Meadow to Ropesville, go ahead to move to your tornado-safe places. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet if you got one handy. You can see the latest radar scan there on the how hard at training mode, how that hook's kind of starting to wrap around, and at times, as you bring your arms in as a skater or ballerina, you can rotate faster. The same principle applies to severe storms and areas of rotation. So we're going to need to watch that. But again, those of you in Meadow to Ropesville need to go ahead and be in a safe place. That's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible as this dangerous storm moves southeast at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. Out here further east, we have a severe storm capable of producing golf ball to tennis ball to maybe even baseball size hail. We could have winds over 80 miles an hour and the potential for maybe a spin-up tornado. This is making a beeline for the community of Claremont down here in Kent County, where I expect we're going to have a new severe thunderstorm warning issued soon. But again, this thing is hightailing it southeast at about 35. Stand by. We have a tornado warning coming in.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Loving and Winkler County in Texas.
It's going to cut me off, but this is going to be a tornado warning for Highway 208 from areas just south of Spur to Gilpin, almost to Claremont, in western Kent County, eastern Garza County. So again, this is going to be a tornado warning now until 8 p.m. Eastern.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Crosby, Dickens, Garza, and Kent County in Texas.
Eastern Garza County and western Kent County. It includes a sliver of southern Dickens County, but that's not something going to be particularly concerned with right now. There's going to be a severe thunderstorm located about 5 miles southeast of Calgary, 9 miles south of White River Lake, moving southeast at 20 miles an hour. This storm is generally on a beeline to move towards Claremont. Claremont, you've still got some time. You're not technically in this tornado warning polygon, but it is making a beeline towards y'all in Claremont. You can see we have very strong winds being indicated with this line of storms moving southeast towards Claremont. Real quick, just had this come out from the Storm Prediction Center. We've got a potential for a uptick in tornado potential with the storm west of Lubbock and the storm east of Lubbock. So the storm that just went tornado warned northwest of Claremont and the storm that is approaching Highway 62 near Ropesville and Meadow. We note the Storm Prediction Center is indicating the potential for these storms to produce softball-sized hail, winds of 80 miles an hour, and they do note a strong tornado cannot be ruled out. So, there you go. Okay, looks like we have storm chaser Chad Casey northwest of Texoma. That's good to know. I see that up feed, Jason. Thank you. All right, so let's talk about it. We've got a tornado warning for Ropesville and Meadow, northern Terry, southern Hockley counties. That storm is moving towards Ropesville and Meadow. Eventually, that could be an issue for southern Lubbock County and northern Lynn County. We have a tornado warning now for the storm in eastern Garza County and western Kent County, moving southeast at 20 miles an hour. The storm moving towards southwest sides of Lubbock County is moving east at 20 miles an hour. We have a severe thunderstorm warning now. The tornado warning's been allowed to expire for this storm moving towards portions of Winkler County. This storm could be producing softball-sized hail, winds of 80 miles an hour. No problemo. And that could be an issue for places like Kermit, Magwalt, Wink, northeast of Mentone over the next hour. So we'll keep an eye on that. North, we have a tornado warning for a storm coming out of the Oklahoma Panhandle, moving towards the northern Texas Panhandle. That storm is going to have the potential to produce damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes as it moves towards Texoma, Oklahoma, but then down into northern Sherman County, not the city, and eventually Hansford County. That could impact areas like Groover to Spearman to McKibben by 8:30 to 9 p.m. That is something we're going to have to watch carefully. That may end up becoming a busy storm for us down the road. We also have a severe storm well southwest of Clayton, Oklahoma, moving towards Dallam County. That has a threat of large damaging hail. All right, so busy. Let's talk about what else. We got a severe storm near Amherst, Sudan, northwest of Littlefield, moving southeast down Highway 84 towards Littlefield. That has the potential for quarter-size hail, damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles per hour. We have a severe storm now north of Highway north of 86, north of Kittikay, just near Turkey, moving northeast at about they're saying, probably 30 to 40 miles an hour. That could have quarter-size hail. That's going to be in Lakeview by 8:20 p.m., 8:10 to 8:20 p.m., and approaching Headley and Memphis on Highway 287 by 8:30 p.m. And again, that has a large hail threat. No tornado risk with that storm. Southeast we go. We do have a tornado risk with this nasty little stormy down here. This is going to be a high precipitation supercell in all its name and glory. This is now only 13 miles. You know what? Let's do this. This is only about 11 miles northwest of the city of Claremont, which is down here at the intersection of Highway 208 and Highway 380, west of Jayden. This is going to be a tornado warning now until 8 p.m., and this is for the potential of a tornado, damaging straight-line winds, and the possibility we could be dealing with baseball to softball size hail with that storm. So heads up Jayden and Claremont. That's going to be an issue for you. And anyone out northwest of there would advise no travel on Highway 208 going south out of Spur, or frankly north of Claremont. Advise no travel on Highway 380 going east out of Post. No. Going west out of Jayden or Claremont. No. Don't want to be on that highway when this storm hits. It's going to be like a hurricane. Tornado warning continues now for southeastern portions of Hockley County, northeastern Terry County, northwestern Lynn County, far southwestern Lubbock County. This tornado warning does not include the city of Lubbock at this time. A severe thunderstorm with a history of producing brief tornadoes, large hail up to the size of baseballs, and damaging straight-line winds is located now about maybe 4 to 5 miles northwest of Ropesville. That's moving off to the east at about 30 miles an hour. On this present course and speed, this storm may end up tracking towards places like, Ropesville, and the potential for this storm to end up making its way into maybe southwestern Lubbock County and northwestern Lynn County, in addition to far northeastern Terry County. Yes. Storm chaser Chelsea Burnett and Adam Lucia report they have a rope tornado back in the rain here. They are on that storm approaching Ropesville. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. But they are reporting a rope tornado back in the rain there west of Ropesville. So, in fact, you can actually see it. Here you go. There's that tornado. It's starting to dissipate, but look at that rope. You can see it being lit up there by the sun, there on the bottom center, and then extending all the way to the right side of the frame. That's going to be a rope tornado just west of Ropesville, Texas, and boy, that irony does not fall flat on me. That is going to be one of my lousy points for the next 6 months at least. But again, you can see brief rope tornado there, and that seems to be dissipating now, but we're going to be keeping a very close eye out on it as it moves off to the east at about 30 miles an hour. So again, that was a spin-up rope tornado maybe 3 miles west of Ropesville, moving off to the east now towards, Highway 80 or 62, just north of Meadow. Eventually, this is going to probably be an issue for places like Woodrow, there on Highway 87, and New Home, west of 87, as this dangerous thunderstorm continues to move to the east. So, let's make it clear. We're not talking about mile-wide tornadoes. I just want to put some folks at ease after yesterday. This is a different situation where we're getting brief, intermittent, weak tornadoes. We're not dealing with mile-wide tornadoes that are down for 30 minutes. We're not dealing with, big, bad, very mad, spaghetti-o issues in the tornado department. We're getting brief, weak tornadoes, which are still dangerous, and if you have one coming down your block, it's not going to be a good day. But let's set our expectations here. Now, is it possible any of these storms could do something worse? Oh, yeah. I'm concerned about this storm southwest of Spur. I think this thing could be trying to put a larger rain-wrapped tornado down right now. And that would be moving southeast towards Claremont. And as it continues to do so, those of you in Claremont are going to need to move to a safe place, which will be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right, let's go back. Let's check. Amherst, you got a storm moving southeast down Highway 84. We're starting to see a bit of an increased hook echo with that. We're going to have to watch for signs of rotation. In fact, I think there is. So Littlefield, heads up. You've got a nasty little stormy coming down from the northwest, and it is starting to show increasing rotation. So we're going to have to make sure that doesn't start trying to do some unpleasant things. But again, you can actually even see right there. Is that right in the apex? Okay, no. But Littlefield, heads up. We're going to probably get a new severe warning shortly. That's moving right down Highway 84 towards Littlefield. This storm also has the potential to produce very large hail, damaging winds, and we'll see if it tries to start spinning up. All right, Turkey, north of Kittikay. That storm's moving northeast at about, 40 miles an hour. Lakeview, Memphis, Headley in the next hour. The potential for large hail, damaging winds. That is not a tornado issue. We have a storm up in the Oklahoma Panhandle making its way down towards the northern Texas Panhandle. That's going to be into the Texoma region shortly. This storm has a history of producing tornadoes, damaging winds, large hail, and you can see it still has a very strong mid-level circulation. We have storm chasers Chad Casey, Brett Wright up here. I don't know if Blake Brown's up there. And that's going to be moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. So we are likely to see a warning issued here for parts of Hansford and Sherman County shortly. Tornado or severe, I don't know yet. I'm leaning tornado, but Bernstein, Groover, Spearman. This has the potential to impact y'all with significant weather hazards in the next hour to hour and a half. And then from there, this storm will continue moving southeast towards places like Roberts County and Hemphill County. So what we're going to do real quick is I'm going to go visit the little boy's room because I'm sure everyone wanted to know that, but, well, I want to let you know why I'm going to step off here real quick. I'm going to put a loop on here, and we're going to be back in 4 minutes. So we'll be back here at 7:42 p.m., hopefully a little sooner than that, but again, we'll be right back with continuing severe weather coverage here for the Texas Panhandle, West Texas, and the Permian Basin.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hale, Hockley, Lamb, and Lubbock County in Texas.
All right, we're back with continuing severe weather coverage. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We're monitoring a nasty line of, well, a cluster of storms. We now have all sorts of problems, honestly. Lubbock is surrounded on all sides at this point. Let's talk about it. Let me make sure we haven't missed anything. Didn't cut the music. Noted. All right. So let's quickly talk about what's going on. It's not going to be so quick. Let's start with this. Littlefield. This storm's now warned for baseball-size hail. Winds of 60 miles an hour. This storm's moving southeast now at 30 miles an hour. Those of you in Littlefield, prepare for baseball-size hail, damaging winds over 60 miles per hour as it moves southeast at about 30 miles an hour. Unfortunately, unless things change, and hopefully they will, this storm riding down Highway 84, 30 miles an hour. Anton, you're up next. This is going to move right down 84 towards places like Anton, Roundup, Shallow Water, and unfortunately, if it follows...
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Texas County in Oklahoma, Hansford, and Sherman County in Texas.
Unless it changes course, this could be an issue for Lubbock by, 9 p.m.? Right now, baseball-size hail, damaging winds, heavy rain. Storm near Ropesville. That's where we have storm chaser Adam Lucio, Chelsea Burnett. This storm has a history of producing multiple brief, weak tornadoes. That's over Highway 62 right now, and 82. This could be producing baseball-size hail very near Ropesville, to just southwest of Wolforth. This is moving east generally at about 30 miles per hour, 7 miles east of Lockettville. This is moving towards Woodrow and New Home, southern Lubbock County, northern parts of Lynn County. After that, this is going to move towards Wilson, Southland. Y'all out here, and eventually Sladen. This storm, baseball-size hail, damaging winds, the potential for a tornado. Out here, this big old mean, angry blob of doom has the potential for baseball to softball-size hail, straight-line winds of 80 miles an hour, and we do note a very, very strong velocity signature now, indicating we could have a tornado in progress back in the rain. That is going to be way northwest of Claremont for now. Let me go ahead and show you with a distance marker. And a partridge and a pear tree. Whee! Okay, let's press some buttons. I'm going to put Claremont. Claremont's down here. I don't know why it's not on this map. I need to probably manually add it down the road. But this is 16 miles northwest of Claremont. This is going to be about 10 miles west of Highway 208, and again, that is likely a tornado right there. We also note an additional circulation much closer to Highway 208. This is going to be about 10 miles northwest of Claremont, only 4 miles west of Highway 208. The potential for multiple rain-wrapped tornadoes in progress right now across northern Kent County. This is a very dangerous thunderstorm producing a very high precipitation supercell with a considerable amount of rain. So again, could have a tornado or two tornadoes here in northern Kent County right now. And this storm generally is moving east-southeast towards places like Claremont, but if it turns more east, it's going to be an issue for Highway 70 from Girard and Gilpin to Jayden. So everyone out here in Kent County along the north of Highway 380, you've got a problem. If this storm moves more east, it's going to be an issue for Gilpin, Girard, and Jayton, and then eventually out towards places like Swenson and Aspermont. This storm's moving off to the east right now. Weather Service has it moving at about 20 miles per hour. And again, big old blob here on the How Hard It's Raining mode, but you could still see that hook. Over on the How Hard It's Raining mode, you could see very strong circulations back in here over rural parts of northern Kent County. I'll turn off the tracking modes, and again, we've got winds moving towards the radar in Lubbock at about 60, moving away at 50, so 110, 120 mile an hour circulation there. Even same thing, a few miles southeast, so we could have a few tornadoes with that. Anton, Littlefield, we got a nasty hailer moving into Littlefield right now. Y'all are about to get pummeled with golf ball to baseball size hail. That storm is moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour. Those of you in Littlefield need to be in a safe place away from windows as this dangerous storm continues its journey down Highway 84 into the city of Littlefield. From there, it's going to move down towards Anton, Roundup, and Shallow Water. And again, this storm is warned now for baseballs.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Crosby, Dickens, Garza, and Kent County in Texas.
Baseball-size hail, damaging straight-line winds, and yes, there is a non-zero risk of a tornado. Right now, the low-level rotation's weak, but this storm is showing indications of a hook echo on the How Hard It's Raining mode, so we'll carefully watch it. In terms of what else we have going on, let's go take a magical journey south. We're going to take a look from the Midland radar at these storms. We have a severe storm now over the city of Hobbs, New Mexico. That storm is capable of producing Easter egg size hail. That's a bit larger than a golf ball, 2 inches of diameter, wind gusts to 70 miles an hour. That's moving east right along Highway 62 at about 25 miles an hour. So it's about to enter western Gaines County with large hail. Storm itself is still probably about 20 miles west of Seminole, but it's moving east, so Seminole heads up. You could get hail out of that. Farther south, we have this obnoxious storm down here moving closer to Winkler County now. This storm is capable of producing baseball-size hail, wind gust of 70 miles per hour. And this storm does have a area of rotation with it, but we're more concerned about hail and wind right now. Those of you in Wink and Kermit, get ready. You could have a damaging hailstorm moving in over the next hour or so. And this activity continues to move off to the east at about 30 miles an hour. All right, are we missing anything? Probably. Let's just go ahead and zoom out. Let's take a statewide view. Let's see if we're missing anything. Then we'll pop over to the high-res rapid refresh model, and we'll end up taking a look at the forecast for tonight. So give me just a second. I'm taking some of these cities off here so y'all can actually see this. I'm going to pop on the radar. We'll switch off the satellite, even though it looks pretty cool, right? And we'll show you what's going on a regional basis. So, we've got a long-track supercell about to move into northeastern Sherman and northwestern Hansford County in parts of the northern Texas Panhandle. That activity is moving southeast at about 30 miles per hour. Down in West Texas, we have multiple severe storms capable of producing hail up to the size of baseballs, even larger at times, damaging straight-line winds over 70 miles per hour. And we do have some of these storms producing tornadoes. We have a tornado warning for northwestern portions of Lynn County, far southwestern Lubbock County, not a threat to the city of Lubbock. It is now east of Highway 62. East of Highway 62. So Ropesville, Meadow, you're clear. We have another intense storm now over the city of Littlefield. That's moving down Highway 84. That is an issue with baseball-size hail. Moving down towards Anton and Roundup. And that eventually is going to be moving southeast towards shallow water. And unfortunately, the northwest sides of the city of Lubbock, if it doesn't, weaken, those of you in Lubbock could be dealing with another hailstorm coming in from the northwest by 8:45 p.m. All right, let's go up here into portions of the southeastern panhandle of Texas. Hall County, this storm has the potential for quarter-size hail, winds of 60 miles an hour. That is moving quickly up towards Memphis, Newlyn. Probably staying south of Headley. That is going to have the potential to produce damaging straight-line winds, quarter-size hail, heavy rain. That could cause some street flooding around the roads up here and on Highway 287. Otherwise, yes, we're watching this storm up in the northern panhandle, the Oklahoma panhandle near Texoma to Goodwill on Highway 54. That is going to be moving southeast at 30 miles an hour with the potential for golf ball size hail, damaging straight line winds, and we're going to have to see if they extend the tornado warning into Sherman and Hansford counties. I'm not sure that they will, but the storm itself probably still does have a risk of doing some spinny doom issues down the road. Okay, well, we have a couple minutes here, and, well, maybe we don't, but I'm going to make them anyway. Let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model for tonight. I'm going to change some buttons here, and that is going to allow us to see what all we can expect. And I want to point out, the eastern half of the state, eastern two-thirds of the state, again, I don't think you're going to have to deal with anything tonight. But we're going to run this from 9 p.m. through 7 a.m. We'll get timestamps on here. I'll even zoom in. But again, we do know most of the storms in West Texas should be dissipating around midnight, maybe a little sooner. You can see as they move east into the big country in northwest Texas, a lot of that activity runs into a stronger lid or cap on the atmosphere, which should work to result in weakening storms, just like we saw last night with a good majority of that activity. However, we're going to have to deal with that storm moving through the northeastern panhandle, and we're going to have more storms in the panhandle tonight, especially north of Interstate 40. They're going to fire up in the Oklahoma panhandle, eastern New Mexico, southeastern Colorado, and move southeast. You can see this model is quite rambunctious. That's probably not the word I'm looking for. Quite, redonkulous, we'll just go with that, with some of those storm intensities late tonight. So again, we could have some real big hail with some of these storms. Some of these storms could also be producing damaging winds and a few tornadoes. So we're going to have to watch for that. But this model does seem to indicate that a good chunk of West Texas will start to quiet down after 10 to 11 p.m. The panhandle, especially the northern panhandle, northeastern panhandle, y'all are going to stay active most of the night into the morning hours on Saturday. All right, so that's what we're expecting over the next several hours. We've gone over what we have going on right now. Let us pop over to the real-time radar. We're going to go back. Let's start with the Permian Basin. Over the river and through the desert, Grandma's house we go. Yippity-doo, yippity-yay. I need more caffeine, hooray. Alright, so we've got a severe storm. This storm right now is going to be about... Well, let's just talk about it.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Dickens and Kent County in Texas.
We'll get to that in a second. So it's going to be a severe storm now about 13 miles west of Kermit, about 10 miles west of Wink. The storm's moving east at 25 miles an hour with baseball-sized hail, damaging straight-line winds over 70 miles an hour. Those of you in Kermit and Wink could have a damaging hailstorm entering your communities down here in Winkler County by 8:30 p.m. to 8:45 p.m. Central Time. Get ready, and do not go down Highway 302 anytime soon west of Kermit unless y'all want to be dealing with baseball-sized hail. We do have a severe storm. This is going to be on Highway 180 west of Seminole near Hobbs, New Mexico. That's going to be moving east at about 20 miles an hour. Looks like we had golf ball-sized hail, winds to 70 in Hobbs, so those of you in Seminole, this is still a good ways west of town, but heads up, it's heading your way. All right, let's get back to West Texas. Let's go to the new tornado warning. That is going to include several communities out here in parts of Kent County. We now have a tornado warning that does include the communities of Girard, Jayton, and Claremont. So everyone out here, Claremont to Jayton to Girard, west of Aspermont. You need to be in a safe place. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet, a good idea. I want to point out the possibility of tornadic circulations, and we have a few of them in here, are completely wrapped in very heavy rain and hail. You will not see them. We have 2 tornadoes being indicated here on radar. We have 1 tornado. I'll put some distance markers on here. And we're going to switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. We have 1 tornado that is 10 miles north-northwest of Claremont. We have a second tornado 13 miles northwest of Claremont. In terms of Jayton here on the map, the intersection of Highway 380 and Highway 70, we have 1 tornado 14 miles west northwest of Jayton, and we have a second tornado 20 miles west-northwest of Jayton. This storm is moving east at, I don't think it's moving east at 40.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Texas County in Oklahoma, Hansford, and Sherman County in Texas.
Yeah, it's going to be the northern panhandle. We're going to go look at that in a minute. But again, 2 tornadoes here in northern portions of Kent County. Girard, Jayton, and Claremont. You need to take your tornado safety precautions. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hockley, Lubbock, Lynn, and Terry County in Texas.
Okay, they're going to let the tornado warning go on this, I believe, and replace it with a severe thunderstorm warning. So the tornado warning just southwest of Lubbock is being replaced with a severe thunderstorm warning, and this is going to be for a thunderstorm capable of producing Easter egg-sized hail at least and 60-mile-an-hour winds. This storm's moving southeast at 30 miles an hour towards New Home, Wilson, and eventually perhaps Tahoka. But again, that is a severe thunderstorm warning now. They're going to let the tornado warning expire. We have a severe storm near Littlefield that's moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. That could have 60-mile-an-hour winds and baseball-sized hail. That is moving down towards Anton and Roundup. We are seeing a little bit of rotation with this. Southeast of Littlefield, along with damaging winds, so keep an eye on that. We're going to do that. It's going to be a tornado warning now in the northern Texas Panhandle. We're going to have a tornado warning that does include portions of Sherman and Hansford counties in the northern Panhandle of Texas. This does not include Groover or Spearman yet. This is going to be for a possible tornado near Highway 54 in Texoma. This is going to be a radar-indicated circulation, but we do have a pretty impressive radar signature. We also have some storm chasers up there, and this is where they are going to come into key because this is not a great area for radar coverage. We're looking, 10, 12,000 feet above the surface. So, possible tornado is near Texoma on Highway 54, about to move southeast into Hansford and Sherman counties in the Panhandle. 18 miles southwest of Guyman, Oklahoma, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. So, let's go ahead and do a track. And I'm only going to do this just to give us kind of an idea of when this is going to approach some of our communities. But let's turn that off. Again, I'm going to give us a little leeway here. moving southeast at 25 is what they're saying. Now, this may be a little early. I'd rather be a little early here than late. This would enter the city of Groover around 8:50 p.m. So let's say 8:50 to 9 p.m. in Groover. Bernstein up here on Highway 207. Hail, damaging winds, maybe a tornado closer to 8:30 p.m. Would recommend no travel north of Highway 15 on Highway 135, 136, or 207. So no travel north of Groover. And I really wouldn't recommend going west of Spearman now, either on 15, up towards Groover. This storm's moving southeast. This is going to be an issue for more of Hansford County down the road. So places like McGibbon, Groover, Spearman, Waka, and eventually perhaps northeastern Hutchinson County into Roberts County, Ochiltree County, Hemphill County, and Lipscomb County. This whole line stormy thing is going to make it southeast. And it may make it to Oklahoma, so we're going to have to keep a very close eye on that. But again, that is now a tornado warning for northwestern Hansford and northeastern Sherman County until 8:45 p.m. This does not include the city of Stratford, Cactus, Spearman right now. Present course would suggest this stays west of Perryton, but if this turns east at all, this may eventually be a downstream issue for Perryton. All right, we have one other tornado warning in the state. That's going to be for this dangerous storm down in Kent County, Texas. We have a strong, very strong area of rotation. Probably the strongest we've seen all day. This is going to be approaching Highway 208. This is going to be a likely rain-wrapped tornado about 8 miles north of Claremont, moving east-southeast towards Jayden. Those of you in Jayden and Girard, and everyone west of there to Highway 208 in Kent County, this is a likely tornado that is down. We got winds moving towards the radar in Lubbock at about 70. We got winds moving away from the radar at about, I'm going to say 40, so 110 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear. And that's going to be moving off to the east now, probably at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. We could have a second circulation now developing northeast of Claremont by about 4 miles. That is much closer to Jayden now. That new circulation's only about 4 miles west of Jayden. So we see two circulations. This one up here, probably a tornado. This new one that's trying to develop, which you can see on the how hard it's raining mode with that inflow notch, is only 5 miles west of Jayden. So Claremont, Jayden, Girard, we want you to be in a safe place. That is going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. No trailers, no vehicles, no mobile homes. And I do have high confidence we have a tornado down right now, wrapped in the rain, about 7 miles southwest of Girard, about 12 miles west-northwest of Jayden, or 9 to 10 miles north of Claremont, and that is very near Highway 208, about 8 miles north of Claremont. Again, here's the the which way the wind is blowing mode, and again, that is a very, very, very strong, tight circulation, which is what you see. All right, this thing near New Home is trying to start doing its little misbehaving fest again. This thing is dropping probably golf ball to tennis ball size hail approaching New Home. This is going to be moving southeast at about 30 miles per hour. Those of you in Wilson to New Home, keep an eye on this. If this does go tornadic again, we'll see a new tornado warning issued. But we have storm chaser Adam Lucio, Chelsea Burnett. That's what they're looking at. You can see there's a lot of dust being kicked up out here. A lot of that is dust being kicked up into the mesocyclone or updraft of the storm. So that's hampering visibility, unfortunately. But we'll keep that feed on there. They are on this storm near New Home. All right, let's take a look east of Hobbs, west of Seminole. You can see that storm's starting to show a little bit of a hook echo. See if that's the closest radar. We'll take a look from Midland and see what it's showing. But yeah, we're starting to see a bit of a hook near southeast of Hobbs. In fact, pretty decent little circulation starting to pop up there. So we may see some modest increase in tornado potential southeast of Hobbs as this storm moves into western portions of Gaines County, Texas, in the northern Permian Basin. Keep an eye on that for sure. Then we have this storm way down here in parts of western Winkler County, moving towards Kermit and Wink. This storm has baseball-sized hail, damaging winds over 70 miles an hour, and we'll likely see a severe thunderstorm warning for both Magwalt, Kermit, and Wink issued shortly. Y'all need to be preparing for a damaging hailstorm. In case you are wondering what's going on near you, scan that QR code above my head with your phone. That'll take you to download our free mobile app. Texas Storm Chasers mobile app is free. It'll let you download it for free. Free interactive weather radar, your local weather forecast, daily Texas weather roundups, and more. So, and that works across the entire United States. All right, so what we're going to do real quick is I'm going to look at some data. I'm going to let y'all listen to some music here for about 3 minutes. I'm going to look over some short-term data, and we're going to be back here at 8:10 Central with your next Texas severe weather update and continuing live severe weather coverage. So we're going to be here for quite a while yet, but again, a lot going on with the most intense storms producing very large hail, damaging winds, and yes, we do have a few tornadoes to deal with. So we'll be back here in just a couple minutes with continuing severe weather coverage. Continue with live severe weather coverage now. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We're monitoring several severe thunderstorms across West Texas into the Permian Basin and now the Panhandle of Texas. As we head into the evening hours, we note a tornado warning is in effect for northern portions of Sherman and Hansford counties up in the Panhandle. We have a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado now 5 miles southeast of Texoma. That storm is moving southeast towards places like Groover and Spearman. Circulation itself and the storm capable of very large hail 18 miles northwest of Groover, about 12 to 14 miles northwest of Bernstein, the Bernstein Bears, and about 30 miles northwest of Spearman. This storm's moving southeast to 25 miles an hour, so yeah, y'all in Groover, Spearman, Bernstein, Hansford County, get ready for a dangerous storm capable of producing a tornado, damaging winds, and large hail. We'll keep a very close eye on that. Storms near Childress, not severe at this point, but have large hail, damaging winds, heavy rain. The potential for quite a bit of cloud-to-ground lightning. Down south, we have a severe storm now entering Anton. This storm actually took a little left turn jog out of Littlefield. It looks like it's going to move closer to Abernathy now. So this storm's moving more east towards Alley, Abernathy, and that is going to keep it north of the city of Lubbock. So those of you in Alley, Underwood, Abernathy, south of Hale Center, this storm has the potential to produce tennis ball size hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, and truthfully, we are starting to actually see some increasing low-level rotation with it as this storm moves off to the east. So we're going to have to watch that carefully as that approaches Interstate 27. Again, those of you from Abernathy to Alley to Underwood, north of New Deal, we're seeing some increased rotation now, just north of Roundup, as this activity moves off to the east. And this activity has tennis ball size hail, damaging winds, and we're going to have to watch this thing west of Abernathy now for some increasing rotation. Storm in Kent County. We are seeing an area of strong rotation now approaching Jayden. So Jayden, you need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That's going to be moving towards western Stonewall County. The potential for damaging wind gusts, baseball-sized hail, and the possibility of a rain-wrapped tornado. That storm is moving east at about 35 miles an hour. So it's cooking and a booking. Back west, we have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing quarter to golf ball size hail, damaging straight line winds over 70 miles an hour. This storm previously was tornadic. It has since gone non-tornadic, but does remain capable of producing large hail, damaging winds, and heavy rain. Down south, we've got storm west of Seminole. That is going to be moving east down Highway 62 and across southwestern portions of Gaines County. That storm could have golf ball size hail and wind gusts to 70 miles an hour. I suspect we're going to have a new severe thunderstorm warning soon for portions of Winkler County, and to include the cities of Kermit and Wink. This storm is showing indications of producing hail up to the size of tennis balls, damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour, very heavy rain, and a copious amount of cloud-to-ground lightning. All right, let's see what else is going on. We'll check these storms around Childress. They're not severe now, but they are producing heavy rain. There may be some hail near the size of quarters southwest of Childress, moving northeast towards Childress. Those of you in Childress, up Highway 62 to Highway 83, a split off north of town, that definitely has the potential for some very heavy rain, strong winds, cloud-to-ground lightning, some localized flash flooding. Amarillo, you're clear for now, and then we're watching this dangerous-looking storm up here in parts of northern Hansford County. Had a report of 3-inch diameter size hail northeast of Texoma. That is larger than the size of a baseball. That storm's moving southeast towards Groover, and that also could have a tornado. Okay, let's go back to the high-res radar. Again, this thing near Jayden is all sorts of wound up. You can see you have a strong circulation. You can see the warning just updated. Those of you in Claremont, you're clear. So Claremont, you're clear. This is going to be an issue now closer to Jayton. This storm also could have very large hail. We're talking probably baseball-size hail. Can't rule out a tornado. If it is down, it's going to be just southwest of Clayton near Highway 70, so we'd advise no travel on Highway 70 going west. Or Highway 70, yeah, going west of 380, going west of 70, or east of 208 at this point, with the possibility of a tornado on Highway 380 a couple miles southwest of Jayden. Those of you at Jayden, we are likely to get quite a bit of hail in the next several minutes, and some of these hailstones could be near the size of baseballs. And again, that storm's moving southeast, so we will likely see a warning issued for Stonewall County soon. Current track, this may end up being an issue for areas west of Aspermont and Peacock soon. Back west, we have this storm near New Hope, south sides of this county and city of Lubbock. Woodrow down to New Hope, west of Wilson. This storm has...
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Loving and Winkler County in Texas.
The potential to produce quarter to golf ball size hail, damaging straight line winds, and very heavy rainfall. Take a look at this thing west of Abernathy, east of Anton. Good news is that circulation we were looking at is less pronounced right now, but it is still definitely there. You can see that. It's not strong. It's probably 50 to 60 miles an hour, but as I switch us back over to the How Hard It's Rain mode, you can see it's in conjunction with that little hook. And this storm is moving almost due east now. It was moving southeast. Now it's moving east again. And as it continues to do so, those of you in Abernathy, New Deal, Alley, Interstate 27 from south of Hale Center to north of Lubbock International Airport, get ready. This thing's probably dropping some golf ball to tennis ball size hail, damaging straight line winds over 60 miles an hour, and we are monitoring some uptick in low-level rotation with this, so we're going to have to watch that carefully. New severe thunderstorm warning for places like Kermit, Wink. The potential for the thunderstorm to produce tennis ball size hail, winds to 70 miles per hour. It's going to be a severe storm warning for Wink, Kermit, Magwalt, and again, that could be 70 mile an hour winds and tennis ball size hail. And that storm's moving off to the east at about 20 miles an hour. North of that, we've got a severe storm on Highway 62/180. This storm is still west of the city of Seminole, moving off to the east at about 20 miles an hour. One hail core about 10 miles west of Seminole, second hail core about 20 miles west of Seminole. East of Hobbs, both storms again moving off to the east at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. This activity will continue for the next several hours. Northern Texas Panhandle, let's check on the supercell now entering the northern Panhandle. You can see nasty looking severe storm. We now have a report of softball size hail southeast of Texoma. So that is in Texas. So this storm has dropped softball size hail now southeast of Texoma in northeastern portions of Sherman County. That storm's moving southeast at about 20 miles an hour. And that means those of you in Groover, Bernstein, and eventually Spearman, this thing has a history of producing softball size hail, damaging straight line winds, and earlier it was producing tornadoes up in the Oklahoma Panhandle. At this point, we have not heard any recent reports of anything, but the area of rotation definitely has the potential to continue with a intense hail core. And that's moving southeast. So again, the only other tornado warning we have besides that tornado warning for northwestern Hansford County, northeastern Sherman County, is going to be this storm in far eastern Kent County. We're going to likely see a new warning, tornado or severe, issued for western Stonewall County soon. You'll see very strong rotation with this showing up. Strongest rotation is now just east of Highway 380, passing about 2 to 3 miles south of Jayden, moving east towards Stonewall County. That storm will have the potential to produce damaging straight-line winds, baseball-size hail, very strong wind, and, yeah, heavy rain. There we go. Train of thought gone. So plenty to talk about, plenty to do. And we're going to keep a very close eye on things. I think we are starting to see an increase in the possibility of a tornado here west of Abernath, the east of Anton. We're seeing an uptick in that low-level velocity signature now. Just about 10 miles west of Abernathy, 6 miles northeast of Roundup, 7 miles north-northeast of Anton. You can see it there. We're looking at the which way the wind's blowing mode. We have winds blowing about 40 miles, 30 to 40 away from the radar in Lubbock, about 25 to 30 towards the radar in Lubbock. We're looking at 1,000 feet, so pretty low levels here. And you can see the latest scan, actually, that is now gate to gate. So we could very well have a tornado developing here in far southwestern Hale County. Again, that would be about 10 miles west of Abernathy, now about 7 miles north-northeast of Anton, or about 6 miles north-northeast of Roundup. You can see back on the how hard it's raining mode, that hook echo right there. Let me see if we can't get some roads on here. This is going to be near County Road C in Hale County. County Road 330. So County Road C and County Road 330 in southwestern Hale County moving towards Elm Road. This is moving off to the east at about 30 miles an hour. This is remaining well south of Hale Center. Hale Center, top of the screen. This storm's moving due east. Like this. So Abernathy, Alley, New Deal. This is actually moving a little southeast again. Moving southeast, the potential for a spin-up tornado. We could see golf ball size hail and damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour. With this storm moving towards New Deal and Abernathy. It'd be a good idea to stop on I-27. Don't go south of Hale Center or north of Lubbock International Airport for now, due to large hail potential, damaging straight-line winds, and there may be a spin-up tornado back in here as well near County Road C and County Road 330, approaching Elm Road in far southwestern Hale County, about to move into far northern portions of Lubbock County. Here's the latest scan coming in. You can see that hook has kind of evolved here. We'll switch back to the which way the wind's blowing mode, and we're going to get that new velocity scan in just a second. This will be crossing into northern Lubbock County shortly. Approaching County Road 1300, 1400, 1500, and 1600 here in far northern Lubbock County. Waiting for that velocity scan to come around, and you'll see the new data in just a second. But again, can't rule out a quick spin-up tornado with this storm. The storm could also have golf ball size hail and damaging straight-line winds. All right, let's get back to some of these other storms. We have a thunderstorm. Well, that's trying to wrap a hook around. I'm not really seeing any sort of strong low-level shear. I am seeing quite a hail core again with this. We could have very large hail, golf ball to tennis ball size hail now falling on Highway 87 in northern Lynn County. This is well north of the city of Tahoka, staying southwest of Sladen. I'll put the radar loop on here. just so y'all can see motion. And again, that's moving generally to the southeast at about 25 miles an hour. It'll stay north of Tahoka, but it may end up moving closer to Post downstream, but it's still got quite a ways to go.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Kent and Stonewall County in Texas.
All right, it's going to be a new tornado warning for Kent and Stonewall counties out here. You'll see that pop up in just a second. This is going to be a tornado warning that... Oh, let's see what all it includes when it pops up on my map here. This is going to include Peacock, Swenson, and Aspermont. You'll see it pop up here in a second. But again, a tornado warning now until 9 p.m. for southeastern Kent County and southwestern Stonewall County out here in west central Texas. This does include the city of Aspermont, includes Swenson, includes Peacock.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Texas County in Oklahoma, Hansford, Ochiltree, and Sherman County in Texas.
So Aspermont, you've still got time before this approaches y'all, but the area of circulation right now is about 15 miles west of Aspermont, 6 miles southeast of Jayden, 11 miles southwest of Swenson, or about 13 to 14 miles west of the Highway 380, Highway 83 split off north of Aspermont. So heads up, those of you out here in parts of Stonewall County, including the city of Aspermont, Swenson, Peacock, you are under a tornado warning for a thunderstorm moving east-southeast at about 30 miles an hour. We're seeing very, very, very significant hail indications with this storm now on Highway 87 north of Tahoka, near New Home and Wilson. Starting to see a little bit of a low-level velocity signature again as well. This storm may be dropping baseball-sized hail again, if not larger, as it moves off to the southeast at about 25 miles an hour. So those of you north of Tahoka, Wilson, and eventually, if this storm continues, it may make it to Post. It's moving southeast at about 25 miles an hour. Get ready for what could be a very damaging hailstorm. Those of you north of Shallow Water, west of Abernathy, southwest of Valley, and near New Deal, y'all have a severe storm approaching now. This storm could have golf ball size hail, damaging straight line winds. Low-level wind velocity signature is much weaker than it was, so damaging winds and hail could be at least golf ball size, maybe a bit larger than that, as it moves off to the east at about 25 to 30 miles an hour, at least east, south, east. All right, let's go north. Childress to west of Hollis. Y'all got storms, could have small hail, damaging winds. Up in the northern Panhandle, new severe thunderstorm warning for the potential of apple-sized hail. That's 3 inches in diameter.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Crosby, Floyd, Hale, and Lubbock County in Texas.
And that's going to be for a storm about 18 miles south of Guyman, Oklahoma, 13 miles northwest of Groover, moving southeast at 20. This severe thunderstorm warning includes places like Spearman, Groover, Fansworth, and Waka, moving southeast at 20 miles an hour. The potential for baseball to apple-sized hail, damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles per hour. We'll see what they do with the tornado warning. I'm hoping they're going to let that go. We have not heard any recent reports, but again, so far they have not issued a new tornado warning for that storm. All right, let's go back down to Lubbock. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be for the storm approaching I-27 from the west. It's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for Alley, Abernathy, New Deal, Heckville, Petersburg, Lorenzo, Idalou. The potential for golf ball size hail, winds of 60 miles an hour. That storm is moving east at about 30 miles an hour. So as it continues to do that, those of you in northeastern Lubbock County, northwestern Crosby County, southern Hale County, the potential for golf ball size hail at least. It may be larger than that in spots, approaching Abernathy and Interstate 27. That storm is going to be moving off to the east at 30 miles an hour. So heads up to New Deal, Abernathy, Heckville, Idalou, Lorenzo, Petersburg, and areas just west of Rawls and Highway 62. It's moving southeast, east-southeast at 30 miles per hour. Second severe storm passing now into northern Lynn County. This storm is showing indications of producing giant hail. That could be baseball size or larger. That's moving off to the east-southeast at about 30 miles an hour with the potential of very large hail, damaging straight-line winds, heavy rain, and a lot of hail damage. This activity will continue for a while yet. All right, folks, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take a quick break. We're going to be back here in about 7 minutes with continuing severe weather coverage, sooner if necessary, but again, we're going to be here for quite a while yet with continuing weather coverage for the state of Texas. We'll be back here at 8:40 p.m., sooner if necessary, with continuing severe weather coverage. If something arises before then, we will most definitely be back. We'll go ahead and continue our severe weather coverage here. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We're monitoring multiple severe thunderstorms moving across West Texas, the Panhandle, and the Permian Basin. We have 2 tornado warnings in effect right now. We have a tornado warning for Stonewall County. A possible tornado is going to be located about, as the crow flies, about 12 to 13 miles west of Aspermont. That is Highway 380 and Highway 83. That storm's moving southeast at east at about 30 miles an hour. We have a severe storm over Highway 87 north of Tahoka by about 10 miles. That could have baseball-sized hail. That thing's doing spooky. That could also have damaging winds. We have a dangerous storm over Abernathy, north sides of Lubbock County, New Deal to Abernathy to Alley. That storm could be dropping baseball-sized hail right now on Interstate 27. That storm has damaging winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour approaching Interstate 27 near New Deal right now, just north of the Lubbock International Airport. That storm also is showing pockets of low-level rotation. We're keeping a close eye on that. We have sub-severe storms now on Highway 62 from northeast of Childress to Dodson, Texas, east of Wellington. Those are not severe. We have a severe thunderstorm up in Hansford County approaching Groover and Bernstein in the Panhandle of Texas. That storm is capable of producing baseball to apple-sized hail, damaging wind gusts, and at times has shown low-level rotation. The Weather Service does have a tornado warning on that for the Bernstein area. We'll see if they extend that downstream. We have a severe storm in western portions of Gaines County in the Permian Basin. That storm is west of the city of Seminole, southwest of the city of Seminole by about 8 to 15 miles. That storm could have golf ball-sized hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds. We have a weakening storm moving into the city of Kermit and Magwalt there on Highway 18. And Highway 302. That could still have some nickel to quarter size hail, but that hail core has come down quite a bit. So, biggest issue by far so far and today has been hail. We've had a couple of spin-up tornadoes and damaging winds, but much less active in the tornado department today than yesterday so far. We need to keep a very close eye on these storms in the northern Keep an eye on these storms up in the northern Panhandle. That one, to be fair, does still look quite dangerous, and they may have to extend that tornado warning down into Groover and Spearman soon. And that may be our primary storm of interest soon that we're going to have to cover. That thing may continue all the way into Oklahoma. And then we're watching this storm that is now from New Deal to Abernathy very carefully. So let's go ahead. And quickly, by the way, if you're wondering what's going to happen, these storms entering the big country are going to start weakening in the next hour or two as they encounter a less favorable and more hostile air mass, stronger little in the atmosphere, and a capping inversion that will help weaken them and cause them to dissipate. Exactly when that happens, though, is going to be of interest. Panhandle, you're going to stay active all night. We're going to have more storms moving in from Colorado and New Mexico in a few hours, and it's probably going to stay storming all night. But here in Lubbock, hopefully, we're going to be calming down in the next couple hours. All right, let's switch back to the high-res radar. And again, Tahoka, you're clear. New Home, you're clear. Wilson, you've got this nasty storm producing strong winds. Could be golf ball to tennis ball size hail in Wilson right now. That's moving southeast towards Post. I suspect we'll have a new severe warning issued for that shortly. That storm capable of very large damaging hail, heavy rain, moving away from Lubbock. North of Lubbock, you can see this nasty thing. I'll tell you what, that is a nasty, nasty storm over Interstate 27 right now from New Deal, a couple miles north of the Lubbock International Airport, to Abernathy. There could easily be golf ball to tennis ball, maybe even baseball size hail with that right now on Interstate 27. We're going to have a new tornado warning coming out for Spearman.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Hansford and Ochiltree County in Texas.
Okay, we'll go to that in a second. But again, New Deal, Abernathy, very large hail. This storm's moving southeast towards the general area of Rawls. Heckville, Beckton could have tennis ball size hail winds of 70 miles an hour quite easily with that. And then again, out here, Aspermont, circulation west of town by 12 to 13 miles. It's still there, not as impressive as it was. Very big, high precipitation supercell moving southeast at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. That could have golf ball to tennis ball size hail, damaging straight line winds. Okay, let's go to the northern Panhandle where we have a new tornado warning now. This does include some communities, so we're going to have to spend more time covering this. This is going to include portions of Hansford, well, really, for all intent and purposes, Hansford County and far western portions of Ochiltree County. This does include the communities of Groover, Bernstein, Spearman, Waka, Farnsworth. Y'all are now in a tornado warning until 9:30 p.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 5 miles north of Groover, moving southeast at 25 miles per hour. This storm is also capable and has a history of producing hail up to the size of softballs. So 3 to 4 inch diameter size hail, a possible tornado now. A couple miles northwest of Groover, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. So we'd recommend no travel on Highway 15 from Spearman back west through Groover. In fact, we'd recommend no travel on Highway 15 west of Perryton. We'd recommend no travel on Highway 207 from north of Morse Junction or the Hutchinson-Hansford County line up to Spearman. I mean, there's nothing else out here in terms of storms, and this thing's 60+ thousand feet tall. So let's just keep it simple. Do not drive into the scary thunderstorm shooting lightning off like there's no tomorrow. We're almost at sunset out here, so the lightning show is about to be incredible. Don't drive into the storm unless you want to take baseball to softball size hail and possibly a tornado. We have a report of a rain-wrapped possible tornado down right now just northwest of Groover. So let's go ahead and zoom in here, and you can definitely see now we're looking here at 6,500 feet, which is lower than I remember. Did they change the tilts on this? No? Oh, okay, so we do have a rain-wrapped funnel cloud or tornado here just northwest of Groover. That is going to be moving southeast. It's going to pass very near or just north of Groover there on Highway 136 and Highway 207. So we need folks in Groover up through Bernstein over to Spearman. Go ahead and be in a safe place. We could have a rain-wrapped tornado here, and that means y'all need to be in a good, safe location. Understand the storm itself is a high precipitation supercell, meaning that we likely have areas of rotation, tornado issues, but it's not going to be visible because it's going to be wrapped in heavy rain and hail. So safe place up here in much of Hansford County, Groover, Bernstein, and Spearman. And, safest place, cellar, basement, storm shelter. Next best thing is going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible in a sturdy, site-built structure. No mobile homes, no trailers, no vehicles, nothing like that. We need you to be in a sturdy, site-built shelter. And again, you can see that area of rotation here is intensified further. We've got winds moving away from the radar now at about 40 miles an hour. We have winds moving towards at about 60, so 100 mile an hour gate-to-gate circulation. And we'll put some roads on here.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Garza and Linn County in Texas.
It's going to be County Road November and about a mile west or close enough to Highway 136 and County Road November, which is only about 3 miles north of Groover. So again, Groover, tornado could very well be down and wrapped in heavy rain about 3 miles north of Groover, moving to the east-southeast at about 25 miles an hour. We have a few storm chasers up there, so we'll await reports from them. So again, a probable tornado in progress right now just north of Groover on County Road November, approaching Highway 136. After that, this storm's making a beeline for Highway 15 and the city of Spearman along with Waka. So heads up, Spearman. Y'all need to start getting into your safe places. I don't know if the city still has a public shelter or not, but if so, now's the time to move to it. North of Lubbock, we have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging winds, very large hail, and heavy rain from Abernathy, beginning to extend east towards Petersburg, down Interstate 27 to New Deal. That's going to be moving east-southeast towards Rawls, Lorenzo, Idalou, Heckville, Cone. So heads up, Rawls. Y'all are about to get a nasty hailer. This thing's coming right for you. The potential for at least golf ball size hail, if not tennis ball size hail, and damaging wind gusts over 60 to 70 miles an hour. Further southeast, we have a severe storm near Wilson, moving towards Southland and eventually Post. This storm has the potential of producing golf ball to tennis ball size hail, maybe larger. We could even have baseball size hail with it. We had a 80-mile-an-hour wind measured in New Home, along with baseball size hail. So this storm could have baseball size hail or larger, along with winds over 70 miles an hour moving southeast towards Post. Post, this is going to be rolling into town probably by 9:30 p.m. Heads up. Further east, we have a severe thunderstorm northwest of Aspermont. This storm's moving southeast. You can see we unfortunately do have a pretty solid area of rotation. And this is going to be near Peacock, slowly moving off to the east at about 30 miles an hour. That storm has the potential to produce a tornado, very heavy rain with flooding, the potential for golf ball size hail. You can see it actually just got a little stronger there on the latest scan. So be in a safe place out here if you live near Peacock, Swenson, and Aspermont. That circulation again is still about 12 miles or so west of Aspermont, trying to make its way off to the east. All right, so we also have a storm southwest of Seminole. Storm turns southeast, so it's going to be moving southeast towards 385, staying south of the city of Seminole in all likelihood. That could eventually cross Highway 385 a bit north of Floray. But again, Seminole, you may luck out and not having to deal with big hail. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning around the Kermit area. Those storms are much, much weaker now, but there still may be some modestly severe storms. All right, we do have a tornado underway now just north of Groover, so we can confirm that. We have a tornado in progress now just north of the city of Groover up here in the northern panhandle of Texas. So we're going to deal with this. We're getting pictures of that on X, so this is going to be a confirmed tornado now. Probably just north of Groover. That's going to be moving east across Highway 207 in the next 10 minutes or less. This storm is moving southeast with the potential of softball-size hail, winds over 80 miles an hour, and the possibility of tornadoes moving southeast to 25 miles per hour. We expect that is going to be into the city of Spearman over the next 30 minutes. So Spearman, this is going to likely be in town probably by 9:15 to 9:20. The potential for very large hail in places like Waka to Bernstein, and the worst of the hail may pass just north of Spearman, but the circulation is moving southeast towards Spearman. So Spearman in the panhandle of Texas, Hansford County. Zoom out, let you see it, northern panhandle. Perryton, this is going to stay southwest of you. This is staying north of Stinnett and Borger. Downstream, this may eventually move towards Roberts and Hemphill counties. Canadian, this could be an issue for you and by 11 p.m. Or a bit sooner. This storm, again, likely producing baseball to softball size hail, destructive straight-line winds over 80 miles an hour, and the potential of a tornado. In fact, we've just had a recent report of a brief tornado touchdown with this thunderstorm, so please be in a safe place. No travel on Highway 15 going west of Highway 207, or going west to Spearman. Wouldn't recommend going on Highway 15 too far east of Stratford. The closer you get to Groover, the worse you're going to be with this storm. And again, look, this thing's 60,000 feet tall. It's the only storm up here. Y'all should be able to visually see it and not drive into it. So let's just make it simple. Don't drive into the storm unless you like baseball-size hail or tornadoes. Again, this is a very well-defined supercell, and we do expect it is going to continue moving southeast and make it into Oklahoma, meaning everyone downstream of this thing needs to pay attention. Canadian, even to Miami, Mendota, Glacier. It's going to cross eventually over Highway 70 in northern Robertson, southern Oaktree County. This is probably going to move very near the city of Canadian by 11 p.m. And then it's going to move its way towards probably Hemp Hill, maybe northern Wheeler County, before moving towards Roger Mills County, Oklahoma. And if that wasn't enough, guess what? We got more storms in southeastern Colorado that are going to make their way into the northern Panhandle late tonight, early Saturday, not a Monday, with the potential of some of those storms producing damaging winds and hail. So that's what we're dealing with. Again, the only other storm with a tornado warning right now is going to be this thing down in portions of Stonewall County. And overall, that storm is looking less organized. Still hail, still heavy rain. Looking back west, we're going to end up having to deal with all sorts of flooding issues, I think. Very heavy rain on Highway 380 all the way from Aspermont back west through Jayden to Claremont. We got heavy rain on 70, heavy rain on 83, all the way up to Highway 82 and 114. So a lot of flash flooding, a lot of street flooding, a lot of rises on creeks and streams out here. These storms slowly progressing east-southeast. Back west, supercell approaching Post. This storm has the potential to produce golf ball to baseball size hail, damaging straight line winds over 70 miles an hour. This did produce 3.25 inch diameter size hail back in New Home, along with 80 mile an hour wind gust measured. We've got that entering the city of Post by probably 9:20 to 9:30. Severe storm now east of Interstate 27 in northern Lubbock County, moving east-southeast at 30 miles an hour. That storm probably producing ping pong to golf ball size hail. Could be larger than that. In fact, I'd bet on it being a lot larger than that based on the latest hail indications. This thing could be dropping baseballs easily near Heckville and Beckton, moving east-southeast. That eventually is going to be an issue for the city of Rawls. This could be rolling in by 9:25 to 9:30 with baseball-size hail, damaging winds, and flooding rainfall. A lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. We're probably getting winds of 50 to 60 miles an hour now from the Lubbock International Airport up to east of New Deal. Leveland, guess what? You have a couple of storms over you, or Leveland. Those are not severe. Maybe some small hail. Back up in the Panhandle, this thunderstorm is northwest of Spearman now, just northeast of Groover. Has the potential and a history of producing big-time hail, baseball to softball. We had a brief tornado reported with this a short time ago, about 5 minutes ago, near Highway 207, northeast of Groover. And that is going to continue moving southeast at about 30 miles an hour, meaning Spearman, y'all need to be ready with by 9:20 for this to come in from the northwest. And that is expected to be a problem for those of you in Spearman to Waukah. So, those of you up here from Spearman to Waukah on Highway 15, southwest of Perryton. Perryton, this is not going to be an issue for you. This storm's staying southwest of Perryton. Farnsworth, probably the same thing. Y'all may get a little bit of hail, but again, this thing's got all sorts of an attitude as it moves off to the southeast at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. The potential for a tornado, very, very large hail, and damaging straight line winds over 70 miles an hour. With this storm across portions of Hansford County. And we expect that will continue as it moves off to the east-southeast at about 25 miles an hour. So Spearman, start getting ready. Y'all have some issues heading your way. Otherwise, I do think we're going to start calming down soon in West Texas in the Big Country. Probably by 11 p.m. we should be in much better shape. Most of these storms, again, still quite capable of damaging straight-line winds, very large hail, and in the case of this storm west of Aspermont, still a tornado warning, but that area of rotation is much weaker. That being said, what is this just east of Claremont? Saw that area of rotation just east of Claremont. So let's take a look at the statewide view. We're going to switch to that. You're going to see nighttime satellite for a second. We'll get the radar put on. And here is what we've been dealing with over the last couple of hours. We've had storms in the Permian Basin, generally northern sections of the Permian Basin. We've had storms galore in West Texas. Many of these storms have a history of producing very large hail and strong wind gusts, obviously lightning and very heavy rain. A couple of these have produced tornadoes, generally very short-lived and brief ones. That's brief, generally means short-lived. Duh, Baldy. Short-lived and weak. And we continue to monitor this long-lived supercell near Groover, Oklahoma. That came out of southeastern Colorado. That thing's been going for quite a while now. And it's going to continue going, probably across Roberts County, Hemphill County, and then eventually end up into Roger Mills County in western Oklahoma. So heads up, Canadian, get ready, because by 11 p.m. you're going to have a nasty storm on your doorstep. We're seeing some new storms develop back near Highway 385 from Levelland up to Witherall. Those storms are starting to show some indications of producing small hail. We'll keep an eye on that. We see a weakening storm southwest of Seminole. Seminole, y'all look okay. We do have a storm, maybe some small hail now, about 25 miles west of Odessa. That storm may end up bringing some small hail, gusty winds, heavy rain to Odessa. If it doesn't rain itself out, we'll see. And it looks like the Storm Prediction Center is considering issuing a new tornado watch for parts of the Big Country and Permian Basin.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Kent and Stonewall County in Texas.
Okay, so they're going to let the tornado warning go out here near Aspermont and replace that with a severe thunderstorm warning. That is the right call, in my opinion. So we're going to have one tornado warning, and it's going to be for this storm up here in Hansford County in the Panhandle. So we're going to take a look at that. And again, this storm will be approaching or entering Spearman by 9:15 to 9:20. Hey, radar, anytime you want to load would make me happy. Oh boy, that's a dangerous look. Very strong rotation noted with this near Highway 207. Let me see if we can't clean up this de-aliasing a little bit. Guess not. But again, those of you in Spearman, y'all need to be moving to a safe place. If you know anyone up here in Spearman, Highway 15, southwest of Perryton, north of Stinnett, give them a call, a text, make sure they know there's a dangerous storm with baseball to softball size hail, damaging winds, and tornado threat about 15 minutes out of town. As that storm moves southeast, y'all need to be ready for the potential of damaging straight-line winds, large hail, and very heavy rain. And, oh yeah, a possible tornado. All right, so what we're going to do real quick, I'm going to throw away my dinner, and we're going to be back here in just 3 minutes with continuing severe weather coverage. But then, again, message is Spearman up here in the Texas Panhandle and Hansford County. Y'all need to be into a safe place immediately as a dangerous storm approaches from the West. We'll be back here at 9:05 with continuing severe weather coverage. All right, we'll continue with our live severe weather coverage. We do have a tornado warning. This is going to be for portions of Hansford County in the Panhandle of Texas. To zoom out, here's a reference. Well northeast of Amarillo, southwest of Perryton, northwest of Canadian. We're in the northern Panhandle of Texas. You want more of a reference? Way up there in the Panhandle of Texas. Everywhere else in Texas, guess what? We got hailers north of Lubbock, south of Lubbock, east of Lubbock, northwest of Abilene, a few hailers down west of Odessa, and near Seminole. And, oh yeah, west of Lubbock again, y'all get some more hailers developing. So Lubbock, I don't know who you made angry this week, but apparently you've made someone angry because y'all just keep getting hit with storms with hail. So whatever you did, I wouldn't recommend doing it again. Only tornado warning we have in the state of Texas at this point is this dangerous storm approaching Spearman. Those of you in Spearman, this is going to be rolling into town in the next 5 to 10 minutes. This has a history of producing very large hail over the size of baseballs, damaging straight line winds, and brief tornadoes. So y'all need to be in a safe place. It's going to be lowest floor, sun of room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and A helmet. There's the word I was looking for. As this activity continues to move off to the southeast at about 30 miles an hour. Once we get this past Spearman, we're going to be in a very rural area for quite a while. The next major community out here beyond Spearman, I believe, is going to be Canadian, and this storm is still about 45 miles northwest of Canadian, which is way down here on Highway 83, splits off of 60. So once that occurs, we will have some free time, but again, this could be in or near Canadian by 10:30 to 10:45 p.m. Central. And then we're going to have more storms coming in from the northwest near Springfield, Colorado. Those storms are going to move southeast with the potential of very large hail, damaging winds, and there may be some tornado threat with that activity as it comes in to the panhandles of both Oklahoma and Texas in a couple hours. I guess Oklahoma Panhandle will probably be there by 10 p.m. at this point, but again, the potential for severe weather will continue well into the night. All right, let's see what else we have going on. Let's check on some of these storms down in West Texas. Severe storm west of Rawls. That thing's moving southeast towards Rawls still. It's going to be in Rawls by 9:25 to 9:30 p.m. The potential for golf ball to Easter egg size hail. Those plastic Easter eggs, yeah, that's about 2 inches in diameter. So that storm's going to be moving off to the southeast with the potential of Easter egg to tennis ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Staying mostly just north of Idalou, may end up approaching Lorenzo, but again, mostly Rawls. We have new storms back west on Highway 385. Some of these storms out here from near Lums Chapel to Witherall to north of Loveland do have some developing hail cores. We could see maybe some nickel to quarter-size hail with that activity, and that's generally moving east-northeast. We're going to keep a close eye on it. Back down into Post. Y'all in Post have all sorts of nonsense rolling into town. That storm could still have golf ball size hail, and we'll probably see a new severe thunderstorm warning with that shortly. Back down here, southwest of Seminole, that storm's weakening. We'll take a look at this activity down here into areas of eastern Winkler County, moving into Ector County. Maybe some dime-size hail, 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Brief heavy rain, some cloud-to-ground lightning. These storms have weakened and are no longer capable of producing very large, destructive hail. So again, biggest concerns right now. Post, you've got a hailer coming into town from the west-northwest. That could have golf ball size hail, winds of 60. Rawls, you've got a storm coming in from the west. That could have tennis ball size hail and winds to 60. Watching a couple new storms from near Leveland to Witherall to Anton. Those could have 1 inch diameter size hail now, and some additional development is likely, so those may go severe soon for the risk of larger hail. Up here in the Panhandle, we have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, baseball to softball size hail. This is just northwest of Spearman now, about to roll into town. This is probably going to bring hail into Spearman, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, damaging straight-line winds, and a tornado can't be rolled out. So Spearman, be in your safe places now, and stay safe. This storm's moving southeast at about 25 miles an hour, so let's go ahead and do a track on this. I'm going to actually knock this out to 2 hours because I want to get this to encompass Canadian. Oops. We're going to give ourselves a little extra leeway. See what it says, 30, so that's actually what I'm going to do here. I'm going to do 30 miles an hour. And again, a pretty large window here. I just wanted to be safe. This has this storm rolling into Canadian around 10:20 to 10:30 p.m., which is completely realistic. So again, This storm, once it makes it past Spearman, moving southeast at 30 miles an hour, is going to make it across Roberts County, probably stay a bit north of Miami, and then approach the city of Canadian here by 10:20 to 10:30 p.m. The potential for a tornado, destructive hail, and damaging winds will continue with this thunderstorm on its journey. It's entering Spearman right now, along with Waka on Highway 15. This storm will continue moving southeast towards northern Roberts County, likely passing north of the Mesa Vista Ranch Airport, may skirt far northeastern Hutchinson County, staying well northeast of Stinnett and Borger, moving southeast towards Canadian, essentially. So Roberts County, Hemphill County, and this may eventually make it even into parts of northern Wheeler County before moving into Oklahoma. But again, this is a thunderstorm capable of producing damaging winds, large hail, and very heavy rain, and perhaps even a tornado in the city of Spearman or nearabouts. So that's what we're looking at there. But once this thing makes it past Spearman and Highway 15, we're going to have a considerable amount of time before it approaches Canadian. We're still looking about another 70 to 80 minutes. This is going to move across Highway 70 and then Highway 60. So no travel on 70, probably going south out of Perryton or north of the Vista Ranch Airport. We note additional thunderstorms are going to move into the Panhandle tonight. So northern Panhandle along north of 40, your storm chances remain high tonight. We're going to have additional strong to severe storms coming on in from the north, from Colorado. And some of those storms, damaging winds, large hail, and heavy rain. Maybe a couple tornadoes. If you're wondering what's going on in your part of the world, you can always download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers, where you download apps for your device, or scan the QR code.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Garza County in Texas.
It's going to be that storm near Post. For a ping pong ball size hail, moving southeast at 30, and that'll be for ping pong ball size hail and 60 mile per hour winds. Those of you in Rawls further north, y'all need to get ready. Y'all have a nasty storm coming in. This thing could have tennis ball size hail, damaging winds over 60 miles an hour, very heavy rain and lightning, but the big hail is going to be the main issue. This could easily have tennis ball size hail as it moves off to the east into the city of Rawls at about 30 miles per hour. Additional thunderstorms trying to develop back west here. Northeast of Loveland to Anton to west of Abernathy. Those could bring some heavier rains, an additional flooding threat, maybe some nickel to dime, quarter-size hail. Okay, Spearman, if we have something in terms of a tornado, it's very near town now, or southeast of town. Here's the latest how hard it's raining mode look, and we're looking at 6,000 feet, so I don't usually like to get too specific, but you can see we've got a pretty strong circulation here now, a couple miles southeast of Highway 15 and 207. This will start moving away from Spearman here shortly, but I'd still be in shelter if you're in Spearman. County Road 27, County Road 28. I'm going to assume that means County Road 30 and 31 are out east. But again, County Road Yankee, County Road 26, County Road 27, West 13th Street. Here coming out of Spearman, a circulation would probably be now just southeast of town, moving away from town at 30 miles an hour, at least hopefully. So that's what we're going to be keeping an eye out on as this activity continues to move southeast. In fact, starting to see some of these new storms southeast of this main storm have wall clouds.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Hansford, Hutchinson, Ochiltree, and Roberts County in Texas.
All right, let's talk about what's going on here. We have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. This is now going to probably be about 2 miles southeast of Spearman, moving southeast at 40 miles an hour. So, this tornado warning is going to include portions of northeastern Hutchinson, southeastern Hansford, Roberts County, and southern Ochiltree County and the Panhandle. This does not, let's talk about who this does not include. Perryton, you're fine. This does not include Perryton. This does not include, at this point, Miami. It may later. This does not include places like Stinnett, Borger, Pringle, Morse Junction. Groover is clear from this storm. There will be more storms later. But again, this storm is going to be moving southeast at this point over rural areas. Once it is past Spearman, which it nearly is, this is going to be over rural areas. I was saying when that warning was issued, these showers here are actually rotating very strongly too. We've got a strong area of rotation near North River Road and just east of Highway 70 here in northern Roberts County. These showers are going to be ingested by this main storm or supercell, so that may actually increase the tornado threat. We very well could have a tornado track across parts of southwestern Ochiltree County and then northern Roberts County here in the very rural areas. This storm eventually, again, could very well approach Canadian down towards Mendota, Miami, Gageby, and eventually parts of Wheeler County. But Spearman, let's give Spearman, if you're in the city of Spearman, you're clear. If you're on the highway, now you're getting hail, but the tornado threat would be southeast of Spearman now by several miles. By probably 3 or 4 miles now. Now, it's probably storming all get out in Spearman. We probably have huge hail falling on Highway 15 northeast of Spearman now by like 2 miles, but the worst is past Spearman. All right, so again, that's going to be the tornado warning up here in the northern Panhandle, beginning to move away from Spearman to the southeast towards southwestern portions of Ochiltree County and eventually Roberts County. Here's what the Storm Prediction Center just said. They're going to be issuing a new tornado watch for western Oklahoma, northeastern parts of the Panhandle. So the threat of severe weather continues, with the most intense storms capable of producing tornadoes, damaging winds, and very large hail. And that lines up with the model data we've been looking at. That lines up with the forecast we've been talking about all day. We do have additional storms near Campo, Colorado. Those are going to be moving southeast this evening into the northern Panhandle probably by midnight. Let's go back down into West Texas. Nasty severe storm approaching Rawls. You can see very, very large hail with this. We'll get a new severe warning for that in a moment, but again, we could also have, in addition to baseball-size hail, we could be seeing straight-line winds out of this over 60 miles an hour. That could be pushing the hail sideways, so we could have wind-driven baseball-size hail, which would be extremely damaging. We have a severe storm, and that's going to be in Rawls, by the way, in the next 10 minutes. Strong storms from near Anton back to northeast of Loveland. Those storms could be producing dime to nickel size hail. We have a severe storm on near Post right now. That's moving southeast down Highway 84. That could have quarter to ping pong ball size hail. And we're actually seeing some intensification of these storms now in the northwestern big country / west central Texas, north of Rotan. In fact, these things are actually starting to show more of a circulation. I wasn't on the bingo card tonight. We're seeing a pretty good circulation now with that storm. Just north of Highway 70, southwest of Aspermont. These storms are moving east at about 20 miles an hour. Both these storms could have baseball-sized hail. In fact, if I put on what we call echo tops, I'm going to bet these things are over 60,000 feet tall. And yeah, you can see we're almost 60,000 feet tall with both these storms. Here's the, oh yeah, folks, this thing is really trying to put a tornado down north of Rotan, I think. That circulation is going to be about 8 miles north of Rotan. We're seeing a pretty good hook echo. The which way the wind's blowing mode, you can see that circulation there. You got winds moving towards the radar down in Moran there. Winds moving towards the radar probably at about 40 miles an hour. Winds moving away at about probably closer to 50. I'm going to say we have an 80 to 90 mile an hour area of circulation, 60, so it's closer to 90 miles an hour. Both these storms are capable of producing extremely large hail, destructive winds, and to be perfectly blunt, I wouldn't be shocked if either could try to put a tornado down again. So Aspermont, get ready. You've got some very large hail coming in. That storm's actually looking stronger than it was earlier. Those of you about 8 miles north of Rotan, we continue to be quite concerned about the potential of this thunderstorm as well that is a little farther south west of Aspermont. Both these storms are moving east right now. I realize the storm track there said otherwise, but, well, I don't care. So don't be shocked if we get a new tornado warning for Stonewall County. Regardless, these storms are producing very large hail. We're going to get a new severe warning for Crosby County and Dickens County in just a minute.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Crosby and Dickens County in Texas.
Yes, it has. So that's what we're expecting there. All right, folks, well, let's take a look at Spearman real quick. Again, this is going to be our only tornado warning right now. This is for a storm that could eventually approach Canadian and Miami. Spearman, you're clear. I'm perfectly content giving Spearman an all clear now from the threat of a tornado. You can see that very strong circulation is now southeast of Spearman, moving southeast at about 35 to 40 miles an hour now, away from Spearman. So with that in mind, Spearman, you are clear. It's still storming, and you're going to have more severe storms overnight into tomorrow morning. But for now, Spearman is clear, and this storm is now moving into rural sections of northern Roberts County, far southwestern Ochiltree County. I did just get a report from a storm chaser of a tornado with this southeast of Spearman, so we may have a tornado down. Again, this is very rural sections now, southeast of Spearman, moving away from Spearman into very rural portions of northern Roberts County. And then eventually our next population centers will probably be when this approaches Highway 60 from Codman to Miami to Mendota to maybe Canadian. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back sooner if needed, but we'll have our next severe weather update here in 10 minutes at 9:35 p.m. here on the Texas Storm Chasers. As always, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, and in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Hey, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer, coming up to 9:34 here on Friday evening, the 6th of June, 2025. I want to go ahead and talk about what we have going on. We do have a thunderstorm that does likely have a tornado down right now, approaching the Hansford, Ochiltree, Roberts, and Hutchinson County line. This storm is now, or the tornado itself is about 10 miles southeast of Spearman. That's going to be moving southeast away from Spearman. Eventually, this will be crossing Highway 70 in northern Roberts County. Very low population density. In fact, I'll be honest, I don't even know if anyone even lives out here. Having chased out there many times, it's a very sparsely populated, rough terrain area. This storm does look like it is going to remain southwest Canadian now, which does increase the potential. This ends up closer to western Roberts County. This may end up closer to Hoover, to Miami, We're going to have to keep a very close eye on it. Again, this storm is moving southeast, and you can see it's kind of built back a little to the southwest. We'll switch over to the high-res radar here. I'll show you the velocity, and you can see, at least, you can see right there, very strong velocity couplet. We have winds moving towards the radar, probably at about, 70 miles an hour. Winds moving away at about 40. 110 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear. Very strong gate-to-gate circulation. And that very well-defined hook echo out here. So this is going to be moving off to the southeast at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. On its current extrapolation, this may end up being an issue for Miami to Codman on Highway 60 within the next hour. Again, this is probably going to stay southwest of Canadian now, but cross Highway 60 closer to Miami, Codman, northeast of Pampa. And again, the very strong circulation. There is a pretty good chance we have a tornado down here. And this storm is moving southeast at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. So, and that's not going to change. We also note additional severe storms upstream of this across the western Oklahoma Panhandle. Those are supercells moving southeast. They are exhibiting indications of very large hail, damaging winds, and rotation. It's not out of the question those attempt to go tornadic, and, well, those are moving towards the northern and northwestern Texas Panhandle, so we're going to have to watch that carefully. Farther south, we have storms west of Lubbock again and north of Lubbock. These storms are not severe at the moment. They could have small hail, heavy rain, but there's nothing that is concerning right now otherwise. We have an extremely intense storm over Rawls right now. I mean, those of you in Rawls, you're probably getting baseballs right now. Extremely large hail showing up with this. It's just nasty. The radar estimates are very, very high, and you can see our radar color scale here is maxed out. So that's over the city of Rawls right now. Next up, moving almost due east on Highway 62. Those of you in Crosbyton are next. This storm moving east at 30 miles an hour. So Crosbyton, this storm should be in town probably by 9:55 as it moves off to the east. Post, you're clear. That storm exited town after dropping golf ball size hail in Post earlier. That's going to be moving towards western Kent County. That storm is weakening, thankfully. Down here into the northern big country. Big old blob of storms now from Aspermont southwest to north of Hamlin. We note that little interesting signature northwest of Hamlin does not look like very strong rotation at this point, but we do have very heavy rain. Could have quarter to ping pong ball, maybe golf ball size hail. Winds over 60 to 70 miles per hour. Probably got the same in Aspermont right now. So very strong winds in Aspermont, probably some heavy rain and hail. And again, these storms generally are moving off to the east at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. So if they continue, those of you from Stamford to Haskell to Monday, they're going to be making their way towards you. We'll put a storm track on these. And again, east they're saying 40. And again, I'm not saying they're going to make it this far east tonight. They are going to die at some point. But at this point, Monday about 10:10 to 10:15. Haskell around 10:10 to 10:15. Stamford around 10:10 to 10:15. Hamlin, the next 10 to 15 minutes. Forts Griffin, about 11 p.m. Throckmorton, around 10:55. Seymour, about 10:40 to 10:45. And again, that's assuming they make it that far east. At some point, these are going to die off. Archer City, about 11:40 p.m., Olney, about 11:30 p.m., Newcastle, about 11:30 p.m., That being to Graham around 11:45 to 11:50 p.m. If this little arcing line of storms continues to move off to the east and manages to make it that far east. But again, at this point, we still see plenty of indications these are severe with the threat of damaging winds, large hail, heavy rain, and copious amounts of cloud-to-ground lightning. Up in the Panhandle, again, we do have a thunderstorm with a history of producing tornadoes. This is well southeast of Spearman now. Spearman, you're clear. Enjoy the lightning show off to your southeast. You have more storms coming in from the northwest in several hours. This storm has a history of producing tornadoes. A tornado is likely in progress here in northwestern Roberts County now, and that's going to be moving southeast at about 35 miles per hour. The storm could also have tennis ball to baseball size hail. Present course and speed, let's just go ahead and put a storm track on it. Weather Service says 40. I'm going to say it's closer to about 35, so we'll split the difference at 37. Alright, so if this continues on its present track and speed, this will be near Canadian. Now, hold on. This will be near Miami around 10:20 to 10:30. Canadian, about 10:15. This would be approaching the city of Wheeler, probably around 11:15 this evening. If this storm continues, and this one very well may, the potential for very large hail, damaging winds, and a tornado threat. We do note a tornado warning was just issued now for areas northwest of Boise City, up in the Oklahoma Panhandle, for softball-size hail and the potential of a tornado. So that storm north of Boise City, Oklahoma, will eventually make it down into the Panhandle. So we very well may be doing issues with the northwestern Panhandle later. Otherwise, we do have this thunderstorm activity. There's the updated tornado warning that just came out from the Weather Service. You can see Spearman is clear. Hutchinson and Hansford counties are clear, though y'all will have more storms later tonight. This activity moving southeast. And again, those of you in Miami expect to be impacted by this by 10:30 to 10:40 p.m. The potential of a tornado, damaging winds, and very large hail. Otherwise, those of you here in West Texas, Lubbock, you still have some storms in your area, but you're calming down, that's for sure. The threat of flash flooding is going to continue, and we're definitely going to be keeping an eye out for indications of new storms, which we are seeing near Smear. That storm near Smear is showing indications of starting to produce some larger hail. So we may see a severe thunderstorm warning issued for that as that storm moves east into western Lubbock County. In fact, the radar is thinking this thing could have some golf balls flying aloft. Let's take a look at the 3D tilt. Stand by. We're probably going to get a warning here for Lubbock County in a minute for severe hail. And let me show you what we have happening. Here's a way to look at it. Notice as we look from south to north. Not much is reaching the ground yet, but check out all this hail firing up aloft with this thunderstorm. All the purples there. That is hail core building in the sky at 20 to 30,000 feet with this thunderstorm. Another way to look at it, here's the 3D view. You can see hail core starting to build aloft. So we're probably going to get a severe thunderstorm warning shortly for this storm near Smear, moving east towards the city of Lubbock. The potential for large hail with it increasing as the storm makes its way off to the east. So Lubbock, get ready. Threat of hail increasing, especially from shallow water to the west and northwest sides of town. Reese Center. Another storm that could bring hail. Heavy rain is about to move in from the west. We're probably going to see a severe thunderstorm warning with that shortly. Rawls, you're clear from these storms. Crosbyton, you're next. The potential for large hail in Crosbyton could be golf ball size. That storm moving east at 30 miles an hour. Another storm back on I-27 south of Hale Center near Abernathy. There could be some gusty winds, small hail with that. We're going to keep a very close eye on this storm west of Lubbock near Smear. It's on an outflow boundary too, it looks like. Alright, cluster of storms around Aspermont and Hamlin. Highway 83, very heavy rain. Could have some ping pong ball size hail. Very strong winds over 70 miles an hour with that cluster. That cluster again is moving off to the east at about 30 miles an hour towards Haskell, Stamford. Y'all could be getting on some very heavy rain and hail here in the next 30 minutes or so. So by 10:15 to 10:20. And we'll see how far east these storms make it. They should be dying off in the next hour or two, but sometimes storms don't like to follow what they should be doing, so we'll have to watch carefully. And that's what we're going to do. But that storm near Smear on Highway 114, just west of Reese Center, is intensifying very quickly. So Reese Center, get ready for another round of nasty weather, the potential for some quarter-size hail, heavy rain, lightning. And we'll swing your back here. You can already see very nasty hail core starting to reach the ground here. This is going to be a severe storm. I have no doubt about that. Warning or not, this is going to start dropping golf ball size hail here in just a few minutes on the Hockley-Lubbock County line out here near Reese Center, just east-northeast of Smear. You can see that storm is generally moving east at about 25 miles an hour. The radar thinks it's got baseballs flying around aloft, which is reasonable, but the potential for it to produce at least golf ball size hail down to the surface is expected. So heads up west sides of Lubbock to shallow water, Reese Center. Another hailer is developing very quickly just west of town. It's about to roll in down Highway 114. Panhandle. Tornado warning continues for Roberts County. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located at this point about 8 miles northeast of the Vista Ranch Airport, and that's going to be moving southeast at 35 miles per hour, which means everyone pretty much from southwest of Canadian to Mendota to Miami to Hoover, northeast of Pampa, you're under the threat of this storm. This thing is probably going to make it all the way down to Wheeler by 11:30 p.m. This thing's not going to be stopping anytime soon. And we do note additional thunderstorms are moving in from the northwest over the next few hours.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Crosby, Hockley, and Lubbock County in Texas.
All right, it's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for the city of Lubbock, Lubbock County. Severe thunderstorm located near Reese Center, moving east at 25 miles an hour. The potential for at least ping pong ball size hail, wind gusts to 60. And we may end up with some hail closer to the size of golf balls as this storm moves off to the east at 25 miles an hour. So heads up, Lubbock, another storm with a threat of some pretty unpleasant hail coming on in from the west. The storm's not a risk, is not a tornado risk. Could get some strong winds, probably more flooding potential with it for sure. And that is the general expectation with this activity over the next several minutes. So Lubbock, severe storm near Reese Center, just northeast of Smear, developing quickly, golf ball size hail. That's going to be moving east at 25 miles an hour towards Texas Tech University, Lubbock. The entire city of Lubbock, much of Lubbock County, New Deal down east to Ransom Canyon, Midway, Idalou, Heckville. Hail core just north of 114 right now. That'll be riding east, very near Reese Center. And then another round of hail coming into Lubbock from the west. Otherwise, storm now northeast of Rawls near Crosbyton. That produced golf ball size hail and a 62 mile an hour wind gust in Rawls. That is now just north of Crosbyton. That storm's weakening. Keeping a close eye on the storm near Aspermont, 68 mile an hour wind gust there off the West Texas Mesonet in Aspermont. That storm cluster continues to move off to the east towards Haskell County and Jones County. Places like Rural, Haskell, Rochester, Wienert, Stamford, Tuxedo, Corinth, and Radium. Heads up. Even maybe as far south as Anson, probably not that far south. It's probably going to stay along the north of Highway 92. Heads up. And if this continues, folks in Knox County, Baylor County, Throckmorton County, Haskell County are going to be dealing with some issues. But again, Lubbock, get ready for another round of hail coming in from near Reese Center. That's moving east at 25. Y'all in Lubbock are going to have more hail shortly. A couple of storms back here near Dora, New Mexico. Those could make their way into West Texas, Bailey County, maybe with some large hail as well. Otherwise, we have a long track supercell that has a history of producing tornadoes. This storm up here is now about to cross over Highway 70 in Roberts County, North Roberts County. This is staying very far northeast of Pampa. Storm in terms of Pampa, this thing is at least 30 miles north of Pampa, and that's about where it's going to stay. It's moving southeast. It's going to cross Highway 60. If it continues on its present course, it's going to cross it near Miami, or about 20 miles northeast of Pampa, closer to Canadian. And we note this storm is probably dropping baseball to softball size hail. You know, very damaging winds. And yes, we have had tornadoes reported with this. We had a tornado 10 miles southeast of Spearman at about 9:35. We had a report of a tornado just west of Spearman at 9:07. This thing's been putting tornadoes down left and right since it was in southeastern Colorado hours ago. And we do note additional severe storms are in the Oklahoma Panhandle And this storm that is north of Boise City, Oklahoma, is warned for softball-size hail, a tornado, and damaging straight-line winds. The storm that is northwest of Guyman, Oklahoma, is warned for tennis ball-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So again, we have a lot of weather mischief to deal with. We're going to be keeping a close eye on things as activity continues to progress to the southeast this evening. But again, everyone from pretty much Canadian all the way back down to Mendota, Miami, southern Roberts County, southwestern Hemphill County, Wheeler County, northeastern Gray County. This is going to be an issue. Heads up. Damaging winds, tornado, big hail. So we're going to do and no, this will not make it to DFW. DFW is not going to be dealing with any of these storms tonight. In fact, let's just let's stop everything. Let's take a statewide view. We're going to take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model. Switch over to that. And I'm going to show you what the HER model shows from 11 p.m. through noon tomorrow. Now, it's not going to get everything right, and we'll have to see just how well it's actually doing. But notice, we don't have storms in DFW. We have a few showers, maybe around lunchtime tomorrow. But the storms that are in the big country should be dying off in the next hour or two as they move east into a less favorable environment. And then the Panhandle, on the other hand, those storms in the Oklahoma Panhandle, yeah, they're going to move south. We're going to have more storms in the Panhandle through probably pre-dawn hours tomorrow. Another round of nasty storms moving across northern, western, central Oklahoma. That activity will continue moving southeast. And yeah, if those storms continue, they may make a run at the Red River late tomorrow morning. Parts of Texoma, North Texas, and Northeast Texas. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But in terms of any severe weather in DFW tonight, quite unlikely, thankfully. We'll just have to see when these storms near Hamlin to Aspermont and Haskell to Knox City finally start to die off. And they will. We have a new tornado warning. Please stand by. It's going to be for the Panhandle storm. This is going to run down through Highway 60 to just south of Canadian. Does include Miami.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Hemphill and Roberts County in Texas.
All right, it's going to be a tornado warning that does include portions of Hemphill, Robert counties in the northeastern Texas Panhandle. This is going to be until 10:45 p.m. At 9:57 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 21 miles northwest of Miami, moving southeast at 35 miles per hour. This storm is also capable of producing baseball to softball size hail. Laura in Miami, you are in this tornado warning. Also includes Mendota. This technically runs as far north as the Hemphill County Airport. This does not technically include the city of Canadian. So those of you in Canadian, keep a close eye on this, but this should stay just to your southwest. This thunderstorm is capable of producing baseball to softball size hail and damaging straight line winds over 70 miles an hour plus a tornado.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Stonewall County in Texas.
But again, the about 21 miles northwest of Miami, and it's generally on a beeline towards Miami. So it's heading y'all's way. And on current track, we'll put a storm track on this. This is going to be crossing over Highway 60 around 10:30 to 10:45. Lubbock, you've got a hailer near shallow water just north of Reese Center, moving east towards the city of Lubbock. More flooding possible. And that new severe thunderstorm warning was down here. That's going to be for eastern portions of Stonewall County. The potential for some strong winds.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Fisher, Haskell, and Jones County in Texas.
And you'll see that pop up here in a second, but this new severe warning for parts of northern Jones, southern Haskell, and far northeastern Fisher County. Severe storm 7 miles north of Hitson, 8 miles north of Hamlin, moving east at 25. $50 size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And I bet on this storm near rural bringing some strong winds as well, along with heavy rain. But again, that severe storm complex starting to die down a bit. We see this storm east of Rawls, northeast of Crosbyton weakening, and then we have this storm now northwest sides of Lubbock, up Highway 84 to shallow water, moving off to the east at 25 miles an hour with the potential of ping-pong ball size hail, damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour. A tornado warning continues for this thunderstorm now 20 miles northwest of Miami, about 17 miles northwest of Miami now, moving southeast at 35 miles an hour. This storm is capable of producing softball-size hail, 4 inches in diameter, damaging straight-line winds over 70 miles an hour, and the potential of a tornado. This storm is going to continue moving southeast at about 35 to 40 miles an hour, so heads up. Miami, Highway 60, we advise no travel now going west of Highway 83 or north of Highway 152. Miami to Mendota, anyone who may be out here, the community of Miami especially, y'all need to be getting into shelter. Anyone west and southwest of Canadian, same story. This storm could have softball-sized hail, damaging straight-line winds, flooding, and a tornado. Boise City, Oklahoma, a dangerous storm northwest of town, is moving southeast. This storm has the potential of producing softball-sized hail. It's currently about 9 miles northwest of the Black Mesa Park, about 18 miles northwest of Boise City, moving southeast at 35. The potential of a tornado, softball-sized hail with that. I only mention all this because these storms are going to be making their way into portions of Dallam, Sherman, and Hansford counties in the northern Panhandle in the next hour to hour and a half. Same thing with Ochiltree County. So guess what? Stratford over to Groover to Spearman, Perryton. Y'all need to watch these storms approaching from the Oklahoma Panhandle over the next couple of hours. They're heading your way at about 35 to 40 miles an hour, and they are likely to persist with significant severe weather issues. All right. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a little break. It's 10:03. We're going to come back with additional severe weather coverage here in 7 minutes or less if needed. And we'll keep on monitoring these storms. So that's the plan. And we'll be back here at 10:10, sooner if necessary, with continuing severe weather coverage. As always, thank you for tuning in. Make sure you hit that like button. If you haven't already, click subscribe to get notified when we have new live videos and more. So, all right, we'll be back here in about 6 minutes. come back with live severe weather coverage. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. Coming up to 10:10 on the 6th of June, 2025. We're monitoring a couple of severe thunderstorms across parts of the Big Country, West Texas, Panhandle. Most intense storms by far are going to be in the Panhandle, where we have a tornado warning in effect for Roberts County. That thunderstorm is quite dangerous, capable of producing tornadoes. That is now going to only be about 12 to 15 miles northwest of Miami, moving southeast at 35 miles an hour. This could easily have a tornado down when it crosses Highway 60 near Miami, southwest of Canadian, over the next 20 to 30 minutes. That is a very, very, very dangerous thunderstorm. An additional storms, it looks like we have a storm near Boise City, Oklahoma. That storm's moving southeast. Boise City, Oklahoma just went under a tornado warning. That storm has the potential of producing softball-sized hail and wind gusts over 80 miles an hour, along with a tornado. That's going to be moving southeast at 35, so we do expect storms into the northern Panhandle, into parts of Sherman County, Dallam County, Hereford counties in the next hour, and those could produce tornadoes, destructive hail, and hurricane-force wind gusts. West Texas, we have a storm over the west sides of Lubbock. That's thankfully calmed down. That still has the potential for quarter-size hail. Flooding rains, especially north sides of Lubbock now, but the big hail threat's calming down with that. Same thing goes northeast of Crosbyton. That storm's calming down. And we have a couple of storms still continuing down here in portions of Jones, Haskell, eastern Stonewall counties. Those storms moving east, they are showing indications of slowly weakening, but still, we probably have pockets of hail, strong wind gusts, approaching Tuxedo to Sagerton to Rule to Rochester to O'Brien and Knox City on Highway 6, all the way down to Highway 92. Thank you, Oversteer, for that very generous super chat. We appreciate it. Thank you kindly.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Lee County in New Mexico, Andrews County in Texas.
That new severe warning is going to be for this storm east of Jal, New Mexico. That looks like a bit of a hail core that's perked up. That's going to be on Highway 128 west of Highway 115, generally riding 128 east towards 115. That's going to stay in rural portions of far southwestern Andrews County for quite a while, well southwest of the city. So we'll keep an eye on that. But again, hopefully these storms in the big country are going to start to actually dwindle as expected over the next hour. Otherwise, our main issue is definitely going to be these storms up in the Oklahoma Panhandle and in the Texas Panhandle, a very dangerous storm in Roberts County approaching Miami, Highway 60, just southwest of Canadian, about to move into Hemphill County. Let's go ahead and, wow, look how it actually ate that supercell. Look at that. It ate that storm northwest of Miami and then just took off again. You can see how well-structured that storm is. So let's switch back to the high-res radar. And again, this thing is just a monster. Up here north of Miami, this thing could easily have a significant tornado with it at any time. Over rural portions of northeastern Roberts County. The potential for softball-sized hail, big wind, and yeah, this thing could put a big tornado down at any point. Those of you on Highway 60 from Mendota to Miami, up here in northeastern Robertson County, need to be in a safe place. This is going to stay southwest Canadian barely. After that, this is going to pose a direct issue to places like Gageby. Could even pose an issue to Mobeetie and eventually Wheeler. There goes the voice. But again, at this point, I'm just going to, here, let's do this. I'm just going to put it on a loop. And you can see this thing could eventually and will make it down to Wheeler County. At this point, those of you from Gageby, Miami, Mendota, even all the way down to Wheeler itself, are in danger of this storm over the next hour. And this storm is capable of producing tornadoes. Very, very, very large hail, hurricane force winds, and it's going to keep going. It's going to make it all the way down to probably Eric, Oklahoma by, midnight. All right, let's start talking about this. We do have a intense storm approaching Boise City, Oklahoma. This storm is capable of producing 4-inch diameter size hail. That's softballs. This storm is 32 miles northwest of Stratford, Texas, in Sherman County. This storm is moving southeast at 35 miles an hour, so it's going to be impacting Stratford probably by 11:05 p.m. If it continues with its present hazards, the potential for softball-size hail, tornado, damaging winds, and it very well may. So heads up Stratford, those of you on Highway 54 from Stratford up to Texoma, another very dangerous thunderstorm heading southeast with the potential of extremely large hail, damaging winds, and can't completely rule out a tornado. Those of you in Boise City are about to get clobbered by this thing, and that's Boise City, Oklahoma. Well, good news, folks. It's not. The Storm Prediction Center has just issued a tornado watch for the northern and eastern Texas Panhandle until 6 a.m. Saturday. So we now have a tornado watch until 6 a.m. Saturday for areas pretty much along and east of a line from Dalhart to Dumas to Panhandle to Shamrock. Great. All right, so again, we do have a tornado approaching Highway 60. Back to the how hard it's raining mode. And this tornado, and we can even put it on the velocity mode, you can see it there. This tornado is going to be about 8 miles northwest of Highway 60 now, moving southeast at 35 miles an hour. This is going to pose a direct threat to Highway 60. No one should be on Highway 60. This, after that, is going to move down to Highway 83, probably near Gageby, here on the county line of Hemphill and Wheeler. This may end up moving closer to Wheeler. We'll see. Either way, this thing is moving southeast at 35 to 40 miles an hour, and it has attitude. Let's go ahead and put a storm track on it. They're saying 30 miles an hour. That's fine. We'll put a storm track for that. We're going to do 35 miles an hour because it makes me happy. So, assuming that track continues, this will be approaching the city of Wheeler, 11:10 to 11:15 p.m. Miami, 10:25 to 10:30. The intersection of Highway 60 and Highway 83, about 10:35 p.m. You can see they just increased the speed, so I want to go ahead and fix that on mine. And again, I'm going to have some extra slack built into this. So let's do an updated time. Now we're back to about 11 to 11:05 in Wheeler. So 11 to 11:05 in Wheeler. The intersection of 83 and 60, about 10:25 to 10:30. Miami, the next 5 to 10 minutes as well. This will stay just southwest of Canadian, but we know Canadian's still going to get rain. Canadian's getting clobbered by cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. Tennis ball size hail to baseball size hail is likely ongoing just south and west of Canadian. And this storm is moving southeast at 35 to 40 miles an hour. Very strong winds, possible tornadoes, huge hail. Boise City, Oklahoma is getting the same thing right now. And again, for those who didn't look earlier, weren't here, eastern half of the state's going to be quiet all night. Nothing for DFW tonight. We have severe storms down in the big country. These should start to weaken in the next hour. They are slowly weakening as it is as they approach Highway 277. Seeing some strong winds around rural up Highway 6 to Rochester. Those are going to be some 60-plus mile-an-hour winds right there just north of rural. This storm's moving east. Oh, I'm going to say probably about 35 miles an hour, 45 miles an hour. Wow, someone took their Wheaties today. 30 to 40 to 45 miles an hour. We'll go with that. Towards Throckmorton County, moving across Haskell County, down towards northern Jones County. Potential for 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. Could have some nickel to quarter size hail, heavy rain and lightning. Those storms will continue weakening. Good news is north sides of Lubbock, that storm looks like it is also weakening quite quickly. Lubbock itself, you've got gusty winds, but Lubbock itself is clear from that storm. And the good news is, unless something drastically changes, Saturday looks like it may be a down day for most of Texas, at least for tornado issues. Now, we're still probably going to have some storms pop up in the afternoon, evening with a bit of hail, a bit of wind, but tomorrow does not look like a tornado day, thankfully. We have a likely tornado in progress in parts of the northeastern Panhandle. Right now, that probable tornado is going to be about, let me redo that, 9 miles north of Miami, or about 16 miles west-southwest of Canadian, moving southeast at 35 to 40 miles an hour. This is going to cross Highway 60. If we have anyone on Highway 60 by chance that lives well northeast of Pampa, through Miami, Mendota, southwest of Canadian, you're going to have a tornado cross the highway in the next 10 to 15 minutes. This storm is producing very heavy rain, very strong winds, and there's probably softball-size hail. This thing's got more attitude than I do when I have had Taco Bell. Clearly I haven't because, well, I'm a little sleepy. But luckily we have things made to resolve that issue. And this storm is again moving southeast at about 40. Wheeler, it could be approaching town after 11 p.m. to 11:10. Y'all need to be getting ready if you're in Wheeler. Hopefully it won't be an issue for Wheeler directly, but it's going to be close. Lubbock, your storms are weakening. We have a few behaving storms out here from Bailey County through Lamb County. Could have some small hail with that. That activity is going to be moving off to... Oh, you know what? Let's just turn the animation on. I'm bad at that, so let's try not to be bad at that. Those storms will be moving off to the east-northeast. We have a storm northeast of Rawls. That is dissipating. Storms on the north side of Lubbock. Well, I say that. We have a little hail course still. That is about to move over Interstate 27 and then the Lubbock Airport here on the north sides of Lubbock. You can see where the radar site is here, so we could get some hail still. But if you're within Loop 289 in Lubbock, the hail threat's over. Storms out in the big country. Well, they're still trudging east. They're steady state to slowly weakening, but they're still capable of producing dime to quarter size hail. The hail threats really come down, but we're seeing some gusty winds still. Heavy rain, cloud to ground lightning. We have a severe storm in southwestern Andrews County, way out here. That's southwest of the city of Andrews. It's not going to be an issue for y'all, I don't think. It's possible we could have some rain continue, maybe even some storms here in northwest Texas and the big country over the next several hours. But hopefully the overall severe weather threat is on the decline, as we expected it would be by 11 p.m. Central. Up here, Panhandle, this thing, doing all sorts of nonsense. You can see we do have... Did they just issue a tornado warning for the eastern cell up in the Panhandle of Oklahoma? They did. The storm approaching Highway 60 from Miami to southwest of Canadian could have a tornado, damaging winds, very large hail up to the size of softballs, moving southeast. That could be an issue for, or let's rephrase that, that is going to be an issue for northern Wheeler County soon. So Wheeler, you may end up under a warning from this. This is moving close to Wheeler by 11 to 11:10. We now have tornado warnings for both these storms in the Oklahoma Panhandle, Cimarron County and Texas County up in the Panhandle of Oklahoma. Storm capable of producing a tornado and softball-size hail now just east of Boise City, Oklahoma. Storm moving towards Guyman, Oklahoma, and Highway 54. That is now tornado warned as well. Both these storms are moving southeast at 30 miles an hour, which means they are going to make it down into Sherman County, Hansford County, Oldtree County, probably by 11 p.m. And again, it's entirely possible we're going to have tornado warnings issued for these storms as they continue to move southeast into the Texas Panhandle. We do eventually expect these storms to grow upscale into clusters that'll move southeast, but you can see, I mean, these have hail. I mean, these are big, bad, very mad hailers, so just had a 64-mile-an-hour wind gust in Haskell at 10:14 p.m. That's going to be these storms down the big country. So again, these storms are still producing strong winds. 69-mile-an-hour wind gusts measured at 10:14 p.m. from the West Texas Mesonet Station just northwest of Haskell. So the hail threat with these storms have come down here in the big country, but they're still producing strong to locally damaging wind gusts. Storm north side of Lubbock. Still may have a little hail with it. It's moving east, but it is north of Loop 289, moving towards Idalou. And yeah, we may see some additional storms out here in the Panhandle in West Texas overnight. That activity will move off to the east. And yeah, there's probably going to be a bit of hail with it. Alright, so strongest storms by far in the state, or near the state. This storm now on almost to Highway 60, just southwest of Canadian to Miami, to Mendota. We likely have baseball to softball size hail just southwest of Canadian. That storm is on a beeline to impact Wheeler by 11 to 11:10 p.m. They're probably going to issue a tornado warning for Wheeler soon with that. We have two severe storms capable of baseball to softball size hail. One storm is about 5 miles east of Boise City, Oklahoma. Second storm is going to be about 10 miles northwest of Guymon, Oklahoma. Both storms are moving southeast at 30 to 40 miles an hour. They will be impacting the northern parts of the Panhandle of Texas by 11 p.m. in all likelihood. And we could see tornado warnings issued for parts of Sherman, Hansford, and Ochiltree counties by that point. Stratford, east of Groover, Spearman, Perryton, all y'all better be watching these storms. You can see, in fact, we have a line forming now with this activity. And those storms are going to continue moving southeast overnight with primarily a very large hail threat, a damaging wind threat, but yes, the threat for tornadoes will continue into the early morning hours Saturday. In fact, a tornado watch is now in effect through 6 a.m. Panhandle, along and east of a line from Dalhart to Dumas to, Conway, Panhandle, to Shamrock. So that's what we're going to be looking at. let's do this. So again, if you are in Miami to Mendota, you need to be in a safe place. And we're going to have more storms coming in northern Panhandle soon. We're going to take a 10-minute break here. Canadian, you're fine if you're in town. It's passing to your southwest. But again, let's take a 5 to 10-minute break. And we're either going to be back here by 10:40 or when the Weather Service puts a new tornado warning out for parts of Hemphill and Wheeler County. So we'll be back here at the latest by 10:40 p.m. So about 10 minutes, but we'll probably be back before then. So you can always keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. You can also keep an eye out in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just scan that QR code above my big, beautiful bald head, and you'll be able to keep an eye on the sky. We'll be back here in about 10 minutes sooner, if warranted.
thunderstorm warning has been issued for Haskell, Jones, Shackelford, and Throckmorton County in Texas.
All right, coming up to 10:40 p.m. on the 6th of June, 2025, I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We're monitoring a dangerous thunderstorm now just south of Canadian, Texas. That storm's going to be moving south-southeast at about 35 miles an hour towards Wheeler. This thunderstorm might be making its way closer to Gageby, Briscoe, and Allison over the next little while. This storm is going to be moving southeast, has the potential of baseball-size hail, damaging winds, and yes, it is tornado warned. We're going to have a new warning issued soon, I think, for these areas off to the southeast. So, as that occurs, I do expect we'll see either a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning issued for southeastern Hemphill and northern Wheeler counties. This thing turns a little more east. It may end up being more of an issue for areas north and east of Wheeler, the city, but if not, well, we may have issues in the city of Wheeler soon. Mobedi, this may stay just to your northeast as well, but it is going to be close. Still plenty of rotation with this very high precipitation supercell as it moves off to the southeast, but we are seeing some structural changes as well. Notice how that real defined hook has kind of been filled in with heavier rain. Storm itself may be becoming a bit more outflow dominant. We're seeing a lot of wind being pushed out by the storm, along with a lot of heavy rain and hail, but that might disrupt the low-level circulation and allow us to transition into more of a damaging wind threat. We'll see. But either way, we will probably see a new severe weather warning issued soon. Another element that could occur here is we may be seeing a new updraft go up a little farther southwest, northwest of Mobedi. If that happens, that may bring some stronger winds and hail into western parts of Wheeler County over the next 30 minutes. We're going to have to keep a close eye on that, and we shall. Farther to the north, let's take a look. We have two storms capable of producing damaging winds, hail, and tornadoes in portions of Texas County and Cimarron County up in the Oklahoma Panhandle. That's part of a larger complex of storms moving off to the southeast. These storms are capable of producing damaging winds, very large hail, could be tennis ball to baseball size hail, and those are going to be moving into places like Sherman County, Hansford County, and Oak Tree counties over the next 30 minutes. That activity moving off to the southeast at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. South of that, storms do continue in West Texas. Some of these storms are producing dime to nickel, even quarter-size hail, and very strong wind gusts over 60 miles an hour at times. But overall, things are calming down out here in West Texas. But again, still could have more hail, more wind overnight. Complex of storms moving into portions of Throckmorton County and Shackelford County. These storms have the potential of producing...
A new tornado warning has been issued for Hemphill, Roberts, and Wheeler County in Texas.
Well, now we know. Producing damaging straight-line winds of 60 to 65 miles an hour. These storms do appear to be slowly weakening, but they do continue to move east with some damaging winds, hail, and heavy rain. We note a high wind warning has just been issued for northwest Texas. Northwest of this cluster of weakening storms, we're seeing very strong wake-low winds, or winds coming down the backside of some of these storms, and that could result in wind gusts over 60 miles an hour at times in places like Childress, Quanah, Vernon, Wichita Falls, Crowell, Paducah, not associated with any actual ongoing storms, but some, well, what's called wake-low, just some winds from stronger winds aloft. All right, we're going to have a new tornado warning now. This is going to be for this storm moving down towards northern Wheeler County. So this is going to be a tornado warning now until 11:30 p.m. This tornado warning includes new Mobetti, Laura, Mobetti itself, Allison, and Briscoe. It's going to be very close, but just north of Wheeler. So Wheeler's technically not in this warning. We do have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Laura, 7 miles northeast of Miami, moving southeast at 35 miles per hour. This storm is capable of producing a tornado and tennis ball size hail. So those of you in Gageby, Briscoe, Allison, Mobetti, I'll just say Wheeler, south of Canadian, y'all are now under a tornado warning, which means you should be taking your tornado safety precautions. In a sturdy site-built structure, that means lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Aerosol shoes and a helmet, you got one handy. If not, it's a-okay. But again, tornado warning is underway now for y'all, which means, again, take your tornado safety precautions. If you are in Mobetti over to Wheeler, to Allison, Briscoe, Gageby, a severe storm capable of producing a tornado, along with damaging straight-line winds and maybe up to tennis ball size hail. That storm is moving southeast at about 35 miles per hour. And again, we'll be approaching Wheeler by 11 to 11:05 p.m. this evening. All right, let's take a look at what's going on farther north. We do have two storms in the Oklahoma Panhandle that are tornado warned. One storm is approaching Guyman, Oklahoma. One storm is now about to move into northern Sherman County, Texas, which means we're probably going to get a warning for that. That storm, western storm, is 13 miles north of Stratford. The second storm is only a couple miles northwest of Guyman. Definitely have some mid-level rotation in both these storms, but we're also looking at 10,000 feet above the surface. So we're not seeing what's going on the lowest levels. We're seeing what's going on in the middle levels of these thunderstorms. So as that continues, just keep that in mind. And, well, we're not really going to have any storm spotters or chasers out there at this time of night. It's almost 11 o'clock. So the Weather Service may end up being a little more conservative, and we may end up having tornado warnings. And that's not to say that's the wrong call. It's just, well, we're not going to have any good ground truth with this, I don't think. But again, both these storms do have an abundant amount of low-level rotation with them, and they are moving off to the southeast at about 25 to 35 miles per hour. So we may see tornado warnings issued for parts of Sherman County and Hansford County here soon. We're either going to get tornado warnings or severe warnings, that's for sure. Seeing some indications of developing hail cores, might have maybe some quarter-size hail southwest of Dimmitt in Castro County and north of Littlefield in Lamb County. With these storms, those are moving generally off to the east. There you go.
A new tornado warning has been issued for Cimarron and Texas County in Oklahoma, Hansford, and Sherman County in Texas.
All right, we're going to have a new tornado warning. This is going to be for Sherman and Hansford counties in the northern Panhandle. This is going to include areas just northeast of Stratford to Texoma, to Highway 15 from just east of Stratford to northwest of Groover. This is going to include Bernstein. It's going to be for a thunderstorm moving southeast out of Oklahoma down into the northern Texas Panhandle. This is going to be a tornado warning until 11:30 p.m. A severe storm capable of producing a tornado over Griggs, Oklahoma, 17 miles north of Stratford, moving southeast at 40 miles an hour. This storm is going to be capable of producing tennis ball size hail, a tornado, and damaging straight line winds. So again, those of you from just northeast of Stratford up Highway 54 through Texoma to Guyman, Oklahoma, tornado warning. Take your tornado safety precautions. Those of you northwest of Groover, tornado warning, take your tornado safety precautions. Those of you in northeastern Sherman County and northwestern Hansford County, a tornado warning until 11:30. Take your tornado safety precautions. And again, those storms are moving southeast. We have a tornado warning also continuing until 11:30 p.m. for northern Wheeler County. That does include the communities of Gageby, Briscoe, just north of Wheeler, Mobeetie, Allison. Y'all out here need to be taking your tornado safety precautions. That'll be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And Jason, you're fine for now, by the way. I'm not doing anything, changing anything, whatever. But let me know if that remote is working for you. And, oh, good. I like the absolutely no latency. That's nice. Yeah, you should be getting the multi-view so you can see all my cruddy scenes. In fact, I'll set it up so I can see the multi-view on my side, and I can see what it looks like. Maybe, maybe not. Oh, well. But, yeah, I'll get that set up so I can actually show you what things look like. So I'll just put that there, blah, 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 blah. Okay, whatever. I'm not going to play with buttons, but yep. All right, so let's talk about a severe storm now approaching Gageby that could have a tornado, tennis ball size hail, damaging straight line winds. I'm going to switch this back over to level 3 so we can put a loop on this. And Jason, I'm actually able to, once we're done all this, whatever, I can actually set this up to where all these are switchable and such via a web browser in terms of the scenes. All right, set that. Right. And the fun thing is I can actually flip your audio on whenever I want without having to switch scenes. It's not on right now on a master, but that's a pretty cool thing. All right, so let's take a look what's going on up here. And again, we have a new tornado warning for parts of Sherman and Hansford counties in the northern panhandle of Texas. Severe storm coming in from about 11 to 12 miles north of Stratford, 13 miles west of Texoma. That storm is probably dropping pretty big hail. Probably damaging straight line winds over 75 miles an hour, and definitely the potential we could see a quick tornado out of it. I mean, there is rotation, but we're also looking at 9 to 10,000 feet, so it's not particularly viable.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Dickens, Kent, King, and Stonewall County in Texas.
To see what is going on the low levels. All right, let's go see what that new severe warning was. And again, we got storms around West Texas. These are capable of maybe some dime to quarter-size hail, heavy rain, and lightning. That's going to be a new storm down here. Of course it is. This is going to be near Jayden.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Beaver and Texas County in Oklahoma, Hansford, and Ochiltree County in Texas.
Okay. So what we're dealing with is going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning just northeast of Jayden. Pretty good hail core with that. Could be ping pong ball size hail. That's going to be just north of Highway 380. Probably now just east of Highway 70. That's going to stay north of Jayden, north of Peacock, north of Swenson and Aspermont. That will cross over Highway 83 south of Guthrie and north of Aspermont. So that's something we're going to have to watch for. Otherwise, again, we now also have a severe thunderstorm warning up here. This is going to be in the northern Texas panhandle, and that is going to be for areas of, well, Perryton, Texas, and that's going to be for that severe storm near Guyman. So they're not going to put a new tornado warning on that right now, but they are going to put a severe, and that is going to run downstream towards Perryton. Severe storm capable of producing 2-inch diameter size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. So that's going to be something to watch for. Perryton, you could be dealing with a severe storm by 11:30 to 11:45 p.m. with large hail and damaging straight line winds. That's good to know. All right, let's do this. Cool. So we're going to keep monitoring this activity, that is for sure. But again, we do have 2 severe storms moving into the Texas Panhandle. Switch back to the Amarillo radar here. From the Oklahoma Panhandle, both these storms moving southeast at about 40 miles an hour, capable of large hail, damaging winds. The storm northwest of Texoma, north of Stratford, is capable of producing a tornado as well. So we're going to have to watch for that carefully as it moves off to the southeast at about 45 miles per hour. And that could also have some gnarly hail with it. So heads up Texoma, and eventually this may end up being near Groover by 11:30 to 11:40 p.m. Otherwise, tornado warning continues for this storm north of Wheeler. Now on Highway 83, we likely have some big hail there. Miami, you're clear. Canadian, you're clear. Mendota, you're clear. This storm's moving southeast. And I'll be honest, I think it's looking less like a tornado maker at this point and more like a pretty nasty hail and wind maker, though I say that there's still a bit of rotation back in here in southern portions of Hemphill County. So, I mean, there's still maybe some spin-up mischief with that, but the storm itself is moving southeast towards Wheeler at this point. So gauge B down Highway 83 to Wheeler. Get ready. You have the potential for some large hail, damaging winds, heavy rain, all that nonsense. And yeah, a possible tornado. So, Jason, let me know what scene numbers you can see on there, or what the highest scene number is, and I can arrange things on here. But yeah, it's a pretty cool tool. All right. Fancy, fancy. So that is what we have going on right now. Let's go ahead and press some buttons. Put on the loop-de-loop-de. I'm going to let this just play here. That's nice. Thank you, Jason. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. All right. So what we're looking at here again, folks, is several severe storms moving southeast across the northern Panhandle and the eastern Texas Panhandle. Moving southeast, generally about 35 to 45 miles an hour. These storms, very large hail, damaging straight-line winds, and heavy rainfall.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Andrews and Ector County in Texas.
Okay, that's going to be in the Permian Basin. Let's go take a look at that. It's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for a storm northwest of Goldsmith. This is actually going to include the north sides of the city of Odessa, New Cowden, Highway 158, along with Highway 385, north sides of Odessa, roughly from the Odessa airport up Highway 385 through Highway 158, a severe storm capable of producing ping-pong ball-size hail, wind gusts to 60 miles an hour, generally moving off to the east, southeast now at about 25 miles an hour. So heads up to y'all in Goldsmith up to Gardendale. The potential for a thunderstorm to produce ping-pong ball-size hail and damaging straight-line winds over 65 miles an hour. Tornado warning continues for southern portions of Hemphill and northern Wheeler counties here in the eastern Panhandle of Texas. A severe storm is likely dropping baseball-sized hail right now on Highway 83. This is going to be near Gageby or Briscoe, about 20 miles south of Canadian, only 10 miles north of Wheeler. This storm's moving southeast, and again, the potential for baseball-sized hail, damaging straight-line winds, and a tornado. All possible here, though I think the hail is going to be the most likely hazard, along with damaging winds and lightning. So heads up to y'all. Wheeler, get ready for some hail. Allison, Briscoe. It is possible the storm will stay north of Wheeler and pass closer to Allison before moving into parts of, well, moving into western Oklahoma, out towards Roger Mills County and then Beckham County, out from Cheyenne down to Sayre, Oklahoma, there on Highway 283. But again, big hail, likely now on 83 right now. Canadian, you're clear from this storm, but Canadian's also going to deal with more severe storms a bit later on. You can see those storms coming into the northern Panhandle right now out of Oklahoma. Those storms crossing over Highway 54 just northeast of Stratford up through Texoma in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Guyman just got clobbered by a pretty nasty severe storm. I'm going to go check the Mesonet up there, see if they recorded any obnoxious winds. I'd be shocked if they did not. And, well, not really, no. Okay. So that is going to continue moving southeast. And those storms, again, moving southeast about 35 to 40 miles an hour, 45. So let's do this. Let's put a storm track on this. And again, they say they're moving southeast at 45. My radar says about 40 to 45, so we'll do that. We're going to put a storm track, and I'm going to actually set it out to 2 hours, which may always be a little dangerous, but it is what it is. And we're going to do that. I'm going to draw it a little better. Again, southeast at about 45. So, at this point, that would bring storms into Perryton around 11:35 to 11:40 p.m., Groover 11:30 to 11:35 p.m., Spearman, another round of severe storms, 11:40 to 11:45 p.m., Booker about 11:45 to 11:50 p.m., the city of Canadian, about 12:30 to 12:40 a.m. Higgins, about 12:30 to 12:40 a.m. Miami, around 12:30 to 12:45 a.m. And then areas just north of Wheeler around 1 a.m. And this is for the next line of intense thunderstorms coming down to the southeast out of the Oklahoma Panhandle. The strongest of these currently capable of producing hail of quarter to golf balls to tennis balls, damaging straight line winds of 60 to 75 miles an hour. And yes, there is some threat of a spin up tornado. So that is what those storms are going to be doing. Farther south, we have storms with maybe a bit of nickel to quarter size hail, several of them now, from Dimmitt to Hart to Edmondson to Olton to Earth, or Erath, whatever. Those storms generally moving off to the northeast about 30 miles an hour. And again, maybe some hail with that. Lubbock, you're clear. That storm near Jayden's still having a hoopla. Got a storm east of Jayden now, moving towards Highway 83. That storm northwest of Aspermont has the potential to produce probably ping pong ball to golf ball size hail, localized damaging wind gusts. Notice, as expected, though, these storms, as they made it to 277, are weakening quickly. So that storm that was down here north Stamford has gone adios au revoir, I'll be saying bye-bye. Gusty outflow winds now approaching Highway 183. We might have some 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts there with that storm. We're likely seeing some wake low winds back here in northwest Texas. On the backside of these storms, we have a lot of sinking air, and as that occurs, we're seeing some stronger winds make it down to the surface. Could be 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts, not even really associated with much or any rainfall at all. So that is noteworthy. All right, let's take a look at this storm near Wheeler. And this storm's moving southeast. And it continues to make progress off to the east-southeast. I don't think it's as, well, I was about to say, I don't think it's as organized as it was earlier. It may not be, but at the same time, let's switch back over because there is a pocket of rotation showing up here. And there's the tornado warning update. Canadian's clear, Mendota's clear, Highway 60's clear through Miami. At 11:03 p.m., a severe storm capable of producing a tornado over Briscoe, or 21 miles east of Miami, moving southeast at 45 miles an hour. This tornado warning continues for Mobetti, Allison, New Mobetti, and Briscoe. And again, that circulation is showing up pretty well right there now. Let's go ahead and see if I can't zoom in and put some roads on here. And again, this storm also, if you look at the how hard it's raining mode, this thing's got more attitude than I do after having too much caffeine, which is about to that point. That definitely has the potential to produce very damaging hail. It's going to be on County Road B in northern Wheeler County. Moving east towards County Road 28. See, this is always the peril of using this program with this. County Road 18, essentially north of Wheeler. Wheeler, I really do think you're going to be, yeah, you know what, Wheeler, I'm going to give you an all clear. If you're in the city of Wheeler, this is going to stay to your northeast. I think the track on here is being derpy. I'm going to turn that off, and I'm going to show you the track I think this is following. I think this storm, and I know this storm is because I can turn the animation on and show you, is moving more east-southeast versus southeast. So let's turn that loop back on. Radar, be nice if you'd load. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Happy birthday, ho, ho, ho. Let me show you what this is doing. This is moving more off like this now. It's always dangerous drawing like this. You can see, I think this storm's moving more like that. It should keep it northeast of Wheeler at least. So Wheeler, this is going to stay to your north unless something drastic changes, like a new updraft firing up farther south, which it might. But this storm is now near Briscoe, moving towards Allison, rural areas of northeastern Wheeler County. After that, this is going to be moving towards southwestern Roger Mills County and northwestern Beckham County in Oklahoma, probably staying a bit southwest of Cheyenne. It may move towards Sayre, Oklahoma, there on Interstate 40. So that is one tornado warning. So that's the latest on the Wheeler storm. Back up here we go. Severe. Yeah, I guess 2 storms capable of producing large hail, damaging winds, maybe a tornado. Those storms currently on Highway 54 from near Texoma, northeast of Stratford, to now southeast of Guyman. Those storms are starting to line out, in my opinion. Line out means they're becoming more outflow dominant. Maybe with the exception of the storm northeast of Stratford, but I think these are going to be more of a damaging straight line wind threat than a tornado threat, maybe, and a hail threat. That's for sure. Damaging winds and hail. Can't completely rule out a tornado, but I don't think this is one of these, long track spaghetti-o situations right now. Now, could that change? Sure. I mean, don't challenge Mother Nature, because Mother Nature can be a fickle thing that likes to throw temper tantrums. But for now, I do think this is more of a damaging wind and hail threat. And as you can see, I'll zoom out. Guess what? These storms go all the way into southwest Kansas, even another storm firing up near Campo again. And all this continues moving southeast at 35 to 45 miles per hour. So as that activity continues, you can see, well, it's going to storm again here in the northeastern Panhandle. Now, you might be wondering, well, Mr. Baldy Man, what's going on the rest of the night? Well, let's do this. Let's play Who Wants to Look at the High-Res Rapid Refresh model. And to do that, we are going to zoom out to the state. I'm probably going to have to cut a lot of these cities off. All right, we'll do that. We'll cut that off. We're going to load the HER. And I'm going to run this from midnight through early tomorrow afternoon. So first off, you can see, guess what? Storms are going to continue much of the night in the Panhandle, Oklahoma. Now, of interest, this does show a few storms making it into Texoma and North Texas tomorrow morning, closer to probably, 8, 10 a.m., North Texas, Northeast Texas, the remnants of some of these storms that'll be moving across the Panhandle in Oklahoma overnight into the morning hours. Now, it's possible some of these storms coming into North Texas tomorrow morning and Northeast Texas could have gusty winds at 30, 40, 50 miles an hour, cloud-to-ground lightning, some small hail, and heavy rain. Definitely going to be a concern for those of you out on area lakes if we have sudden gusty north winds arriving, but otherwise, the severe weather threat should transition into much of Oklahoma. Now, we're going to have some storms with hail and gusty winds and heavy rain continue in the Panhandle overnight, especially along north of Interstate 40. But you can see a lot of this will stay north of the Red River through overnight into the pre-dawn hours Saturday. Boy, that thing's developing a nasty new hail core out here northeast of Wheeler, so that's what we expect. Now, we do have a risk for some storms tomorrow afternoon in the big country, North Texas. If those storms form, and it's a questionable formation, hail, strong winds, tornado threat looks very low. And then going into Sunday afternoon, Sunday night, Monday, we could have a long-lived cluster of severe storms develop in the Panhandle, West Texas, moving southeast across northwest Texas, the big country, Texoma, North Texas, Northeast Texas. In the Monday morning, that may become what we call a derecho in terms of a very long-lived cluster of storms producing intense winds of 60 to 100 miles an hour, along with large hail. So we're going to be talking a lot more about that going into the weekend. But tomorrow, I'm hoping is going to be one of our down days, at least in terms of having to do coverage, dealing with tornadoes. But guess what? We'll see. That truthfully is. We'll see. All right, let's go back to the radar. Again, pretty gnarly looking thunderstorm out here in northeastern Wheeler County. Put some city labels back on here. And this storm continues to show indications of producing very large hail as it moves. It's not doing that. It's moving east. The potential definitely exists for this to produce golf ball to baseball size hail. And you can see there is a pocket of stronger rotation showing up here again, northeastern Wheeler County. So if you are in Allison, east of Briscoe, y'all definitely need to be in a safe place. There is some strong, very strong mid-level rotation being detected by radar with this storm. Now we're looking, at about 8,000 feet. So we're not looking to low levels, but we're looking to mid-levels, and there is definitely some very strong rotation up here in northeastern Wheeler County. So Allison, Briscoe, folks up in northeastern Wheeler County, and, western Roger Mills County out here southwest of Raiden, Oklahoma, y'all should be in a safe place. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, just give us about 15 minutes of your time, and then this storm will be off into Okie land, and y'all can go back to sleep until, maybe some more storms roll in later this morning. But otherwise, you can see the storm kind of shrinking a little, condensing and being turned a little more to the east. That's usually an indicator that it's weakening a bit, but it might have just been a new updraft that formed on the southeastern or southern flank of an outflow boundary that I can definitely see on radar. And, well, clearly the storm is still throwing a temper tantrum with could be baseball-size hail, maybe bigger, damaging winds of 60 to 80 miles an hour, and very, very heavy rainfall, along with the threat of a tornado. And this storm, again, at this point is going to be, in terms of the closest hail, 6 to 8 miles northeast of Wheeler. Circulation's probably closer to about 9 miles northeast of Wheeler. That's going to be moving east-southeast at about 45 miles an hour. That'll be moving into Oklahoma there on Highway 152 in the next 20 minutes. Back northwest, we have storms moving southeast now into Sherman County, Hansford County. These storms, the potential for up to baseball-size hail, softball-size hail, damaging straight-line winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour, and extremely heavy rain. Did I miss anything? Damaging winds, huge hail. Oh, yeah, maybe a tornado. I guess that would be an important thing to mention since it's a tornado warning. And again, that worst of that hail right now is near Texoma. Stratford, this is staying northeast of you. This is going to be moving southeast towards, Groover again. Perryton, you could be getting in on some hail and strong winds as well. This storm moving southeast towards Perryton has the potential of golf ball to tennis ball size hail, damaging winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. So we're definitely still keeping an eye on it. That's what we do here at the Texas Storm Chasers. We cover Texas. It may be, after 11 at night. I may rather be asleep, but guess what? We're here bringing you up-to-date live weather information as we continue to track these storms across the Panhandle and across parts of the Big Country and the Concho Valley. Not even the Concho Valley. See, this is what happens when I just start looking at other things and fall asleep. So, that is why we're here. Weather Service saying softball-size hail approaching Allison. So the Weather Service in Amarillo just said they expect 4-inch diameter size hail with this storm now near Allison. So again, softball-size hail, a tornado possible very near Allison right now, which is near County Road 28 up here in northeastern Wheeler County. This storm is now almost completely out of Hemphill County, but y'all will have more storms. The storm's moving southeast. I just retweeted a good graphic cast from Amarillo for a threat analysis. This storm also continuing to show pockets of rotation. You can see that here, the latest velocity. Here's the how hard it's rain mode, and you can see in this case it's probably about how big the hailstones are here near Allison, northeastern Wheeler County, moving southeast. East-southeast at 45 miles an hour. This is going to be moving into Oklahoma soon. So that is good news for us. It's not so good news for those of you in parts of Beckham and Roger Mills County. It's going to be moving towards Sayre, Oklahoma. Berlin, Oklahoma, Mayfield, Oklahoma, Sweetwater, Oklahoma, there on Highway 152, staying southwest of Cheyenne, southwest of Hammond, but, everyone pretty much west of Elk City down to Sayre, Oklahoma. That's about, mile marker 20, I think, there on Interstate 40. Eric, Oklahoma, you got a Love's there at about mile marker 5, I believe. Sweetwater, Oklahoma, there on 152, just east of this Texas state line. Y'all are all under the metaphorical spaghetti-o weapon with the potential of softball-sized hail, destructive winds, and I can't rule out a tornado. And it looks like the Weather Service just put a tornado warning out for... Wait, what? Western Oklahoma City Metro. I'm just going to look at that real quick. Okay, so this is just west of Oklahoma City. I just wanted to see what that was about. I thought I was imagining it, but no, I guess not. I guess that's a thing tonight now. Please leave the server room alone. Otherwise, we have just this nasty, nasty thing. This thing's just nasty. Look at this. The radar is maxed out. In fact, what is that, 80 dBz? My goodness. No, it is 80 dBz. Let me see. I'm going to turn off the smoothing on here. I don't think I've seen 80 dBz in years. Folks, the radar, the way the radar measures it is, well, Jason could tell you, but I'm too not thinking. The amount of energy being reflected back on the radar beam from this storm is insane. There must be literally cantaloupe-sized hail falling out of this thing right now. That's just ridiculous. 80 dBz is an insane radar return. That's just nuts. So there is huge hail falling out of this thing near Allison right now in northeastern Wheeler County. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if there was DVD-size hail. Truthfully, 5-inch diameter size hail with this right now. It's just insane. Huge, huge hail near Allison. So that is unfortunate. But the good news for us is this storm staying well northeast of Wheeler. It's going to be moving into Roger Mills and Beckham County, Oklahoma here in the next 15 minutes. Briscoe, you're clear. If you're in Briscoe here just east or along Highway 83, you're clear. Gageby, you're clear. Canadian, you've been fine, but you're clear for now. But no, more storms coming in from the northwest. We got a line of storms now. From just east of Stratford on Highway 15 to near Texoma, just southeast of 54 to near Hardesty on Highway 3 up here in Oklahoma Panhandle. These storms could have golf ball to tennis ball size hail, damaging straight line winds over 70 miles an hour, and yeah, I mean technically maybe a quick spin up tornado southeast of Texoma, though the rotation is not as impressive as it was. Let's take a look at what's going on farther south. What is that storm in Stonewall County doing? Is that really doing the same thing? It is. Unbelievable. What the heck is going on tonight? Why? This storm north of Aspermont, east of Jane, is showing just an incredible hail signature too now. In fact, let me see. I'm going to try to pull it up here. I'm going to show you a 3D representation.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cimarron and Texas County in Oklahoma, Dallam and Sherman County in Texas.
I mean, we're going to cancel the tornado warning, please. No, it's a whole different storm, isn't it? But here's a three-dimensional look on a two-dimensional panel of that hail core north of Aspermont here in the big country. You can see these are very, very impressive indications of hail, well over 40,000 feet with this thunderstorm. And again, you can see there's Jane on the left. That's west. We're looking from west to east. Left is west, east is right. Just insane hail core with this storm. This is probably dropping softball size hail east of Jane right now. Another way to look at it is we can see the three-dimensional view. Let me switch to a different radar real quick. That's a little closer. That'll give us a better look. And again, here's the three-dimensional view of this storm. You can see that huge hail core almost at 50,000 feet. Just absolutely ginormous hail with that thing, I suspect, right now. And again, that is north of Aspermont. Weather Service is saying 2-inch diameter. I wouldn't be shocked if it's doing, you know, softballs. That's just insane. As he's even starting to try to move southeast a little bit. So those of you east of Jane, just north of Swenson. Be advised, there's huge hail with that. All right, let's check on the Permian Basin. And we do have a severe storm that is over areas of Goldsmith, Highway 158. It's going to be just northwest of Odessa right now. This storm is showing indications of producing some quarter-size hail. That's 1 inch in diameter. Maybe some localized winds of 40 to 50 to 60 miles an hour. This is going to be from near Goldsmith to North Coden, moving east-southeast at about 25 miles an hour. And again, that could be picking up some dust, as it could be throwing out a lot of gusty outflow winds. So heads up north sides of Odessa, up Highway 385 to 158 here north of Odessa, Goldsmith over to Gardendale, North Coden. Could begin some pocket change size hail, strong winds, and heavy rain. All right, let's check West Texas. And again, you can see we do have several storms up here. Most of these are not severe. I see that northwest of Dora, New Mexico. A lot of these storms are capable of producing pea to dime to nickel size hail, maybe some 50-mile-an-hour wind gust as they move off to the east at about 30 miles per hour. And again, that's going to bring more rain, more cloud-to-ground lightning, gusty winds, and small hail to places like Finney, Plainview, to Spade, Littlefield, north of Leveland, north of Morton. And then back up here into the Panhandle, you can see that eastern tornado-warned storm is about to move into Oklahoma. Wheeler, you're clear. If you're in the city of Wheeler, you're clear from this storm. You're going to have more storms coming in later. Allison, this is right over you right now. We're still showing an incredible hail core with this as it moves into western Oklahoma. And then we're also monitoring severe storms further northwest up into portions of northeastern Sherman County, northwestern Hansford County. Those storms have the potential of damaging winds, large hail, and we can't rule out a tornado just north of Highway 15, about 18 miles east of Stratford, or about 16 miles northwest of Groover. This storm and these storms are moving southeast at 35 miles an hour, and they, in addition to the potential of damaging winds and maybe a tornado, have the potential of producing hail up to the size of baseballs, it looks like. So very large hail, damaging straight line winds, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, and very heavy rain. Now I'm looking at that thing in Oklahoma just for the giggles. I'm going to be really mad if it hits the server. So you know what? The next question is going to be, what are we going to see with this storm northwest of Groover? Is the Weather Service going to extend that tornado warning southeast, or are they going to go with severe? We know the Weather Service did just issue a tornado warning out here in parts of Beckham and Roger Mills County. That includes places like Cheyenne, Oklahoma, Raiden, Oklahoma, Sweetwater, Mayfield, Berlin, Grimes, Dempsey, Oklahoma, to near Eric and Sayre, Oklahomas. Wow, great. And that's going to be a tornado warning out there in those counties. And again, that's going to be for a storm capable of, well, huge hail, tornado now about to hit Highway 152, moving out of Texas into western Oklahoma. So that storm's about to move away from Allison, but for now, we're going to be keeping a very close eye on things here in the northern panhandle of Texas as these storms continue to move southeast. And I think it's safe to say damaging winds are going to be a pretty significant threat with this. We'll switch over to the velocity modes here, the which way the wind's blowing mode. And you can see we're seeing some strong straight line winds being generated out here. Some 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gust here on Highway 15, about 20 miles east of Stratford, and this storm is moving southeast at about 45 miles per hour. I'm going to pull up the West Texas Mesonet real quick, see if we have any observations out here at the moment, and I don't see any. But these storms definitely do have a lot of hail, a lot of wind, a lot of heavy rain with them. So that is going to be the main threat with these storms over the next several hours as they move southeast. So Groover, Spearman, y'all are definitely going to be dealing with some hail and some heavy rain over the next couple of hours as this activity moves southeast. What I'm going to do real quick, we're going to put this on a loop. And let me put some cities back on here. So again, these storms are moving southeast at about 45 miles an hour. I do expect we're going to see a new warning issued for much of Hansford County, parts of Hutchinson County, and Sherman County here in just a few minutes. The question is, are they going to go tornado or severe? I mean, I hope it's severe, but, well, given what the trends have been tonight, I wouldn't be completely shocked if it's tornado. All right. I'm going to drink water. So I do want to thank everyone who's been joining us tonight. Clearly, most of Texas is not dealing with this activity, but we are definitely keeping an eye on the Panhandle. And, you know, just because it's not...
A new tornado warning has been issued for Hemphill and Wheeler County in Texas.
Wait, that's out here. What? They went severe for the main line. So what'd they do? Just issue a short duration tornado warning? Okay, so that's what they did. The Weather Service just put a quick tornado warning out here.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Texas County in Oklahoma. Hansford, Hutchinson, Ochiltree, Roberts, and Sherman County in Texas. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Stonewall County in Texas.
All right, so what we have is a quick tornado warning out here for the border of Texas and Oklahoma, out here in eastern parts of Wheeler County. This is not an issue for Hemphill County. Really not worried about that. Anywhere from Allison down to west of Sweetwater, Oklahoma. I'll put the radar loop back on here with the high-res radar. You can see this storm out here. A lot of damaging winds, a lot of hail, pin-up tornado potential. Sweetwater's there at the intersection of 30 and Highway 152 in western Oklahoma. This storm is about to move into Roger Mills and Beckham counties out here in western Oklahoma. So, quick tornado warning for that, but otherwise they have let the tornado warnings up here in Hansford County and Sherman County expire. What we have now is a severe thunderstorm warning, a line of severe storms capable of producing winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour and perhaps up to tennis ball size hail. So we have a good storm track on that. Let's put a track on this. They're both moving southeast at 40. You're going to notice I'm drawing out ahead of these a little bit just to give a good guideline. Never zoom out in time to get this right. Good enough. So here's a quick look over the next couple of hours. Spearman, about 11:50 to 11:55 p.m. Perryton, about 11:50 p.m. This is going to be passing near Pampa, perhaps around 12:50 to 1 a.m. Miami, about 12:50 to 1 a.m. The city of Canadian, around 12:40 to 12:50. Mobedi, around 1:10 to 1:20 a.m. Passing near LaFours around 1:10 to 1:20 a.m. and then entering Wheeler probably around 1:30 a.m. Higgins, this would be arriving around 12:50 to 1 a.m. Booker around 12 to 12:10 a.m. Groover in the next 10 minutes, most likely. And again, Miami around 12:50 to 1 a.m., passing northeast of Stinnett, but Stinnett, y'all may have more storms coming in from the northwest later. So there is some basic times, and again, that's assuming these storms keep moving southeast at 40 miles an hour. I'll say this, even though we don't have a tornado warning right now, a lot of wind being put out by these storms, I think. You could see a lot of outflow winds. These colors in green, these are winds being pushed towards the radar down at Amarillo. And even though we're looking at about 8 to 10,000 feet above the surface, we're still seeing some pretty strong winds. And yes, this storm technically has a hook echo, and yes, it definitely has a hail core of probably tennis ball size hail, but we'll have to keep a close eye on this as well. It's certainly not impossible this storm ends up showing some signs of rotation. So what we're going to do real quick is I am going to take about an 8-minute break, drink some water. Jason is just going to sit here and listen to music, and we'll be right back here in about 7 minutes as we are transitioning out of continuous tornado coverage and into more of a severe weather update. Sorry, I just noticed that the weather service here put a confirmed tag on this storm. Weather service in Norman is saying there is a confirmed tornado now on the Texas-Oklahoma state line. Weather spotter confirmed tornado. Which begs the question, who confirmed it? But I guess we'll find out. So that storm that was tornado warned is now moving into Oklahoma. Allison, you're clear. Wheeler, you're clear. This storm is now moving into Beckham and Roger Mills County, Oklahoma. So our focus now is going to be on those, well, quickly, it'll be on the Panhandle storms, but let's take a quick look at this north of Aspermont. Severe storm on Highway 83 north of Aspermont. Tennis ball size hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds moving east at 25. That is going to remain over very rural areas for now, but if it were to some reason make it all the way out to Highway 6, it could approach rural to Rochester to O'Brien and Knox City in about an hour, but we'll keep an eye on that. So we'll be back here in about 5 minutes with continuing severe weather coverage and your next Texas severe weather update. As always, you can keep an eye on the sky with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, and in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just scan that QR code above my big, beautiful, bald, shiny head. So we will be back as soon as I find the scene that lets me hit that button. All right, BRB. Zippity doo dah, zippity a my oh my. What a wonderful day, ladies and gentlemen. It is still Friday, the 6th of June, 2025. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. The tornado warning for eastern portions of Wheeler County has been canceled, so we now have no tornado warnings in the state of Texas, which makes me a very happy Baldy. And hopefully it will stay that way for the rest of the night. But we still definitely have some rowdy thunderstorm activity up here in the northern Panhandle. We've got a couple of severe storms moving southeast with the potential of damaging straight-line winds. Have some potential for hail as well. These storms could be producing golf ball to maybe even tennis ball size hail, but hopefully nothing that extreme. The worst of that would be approaching Groover right now. And then that'd be moving farther southeast and crossing over Highway 207 north of Stinnett and all the way up to Perryton on Highway 15. The storm moving towards Perryton looks less intense, thankfully. But these are definitely starting to transition into more of a wind-making situation with hail versus one that involves tornadic activity. So that is the good news there. But still, a tornado watch continues through 6 a.m. Yeah, I'm thrilled. For the northern and eastern Panhandle, a storm that was in Wheeler County has moved into Oklahoma and reportedly has a confirmed tornado with it just west of Sweetwater now. Otherwise, we have thunderstorms down here on Interstate 27 from near Littlefield to Hale Center and Plainview up towards Tulia. We also have a storm that is starting to finally weaken north of Aspermont. That thing went kind of angry mode for a while. And then we also technically have a severe storm back down here north of Odessa. That storm is also quickly weakening as it moves off to the east. All right, what is that LSR? Had a report of a tornado at 11:30 p.m. here, a bit east of Allison. Let me see if that... It's not on there yet, but broadcast media reported a tornado at 11:30 p.m., 11 miles southeast of Allison, up here in eastern Wheeler County. So, again, this line of storms, this cluster, is going to continue moving southeast across the northern Panhandle this morning. Places like Spearman down to McKibben, Morse Junction to Pringle, northeast of Stinnett. Activity will eventually make it down into, Oltree County, Roberts County, Hemphill County, Lipscomb County. All this is going to keep moving southeast. So, what does that mean for y'all? Well, let's take a look. And then I'm going to make sure the redirect on this is set up. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to take a look out at the statewide view. We're going to load the high-res rapid refresh model. All right. We're going to load this from 1 a.m. through noon. And make sure the timestamp is on. And you're going to be able to see, we will see storms continuing here in the Panhandle probably over the next several hours as additional activity keeps trying to fire up here in the Oklahoma Panhandle, southwestern parts of Kansas and the southeastern Colorado. So as that continues, we do see activity continuing with the most intense storms producing damaging straight line winds over 75 miles an hour, maybe some quarter to tennis ball size hail. The tornado threat is not zero. It is low, but it's not zero, so we can't rule out a few spin-up tornadoes. And what this model is not showing here is we still have storms around Plainview to Littlefield into eastern New Mexico with hail. So that is likely to continue here over the next several hours across western parts of Texas. This thing just stopped responding to my... Oh, that's because I'm not using the right key. There we go. But, I mean, here is a look. Give me just a second to not mess with that satellite. Here's a look at the radar over the last several hours, and you can see even with all the storm reports, hail, wind, all that, we still have storms. West Texas, those are mostly behaving, but they still have the potential to produce some strong winds, some small hail. We still have a few storms in eastern New Mexico near Clovis with large hail. Clovis has a storm coming in with quarter-size hail, 1-inch diameter, 60-mile-an-hour winds. We still have storms in the northern Panhandle moving southeast. Those are showing indications of producing very large hail, even up to the size of tennis balls. That storm in western Oklahoma now, that's tornado warning. We note storm approaching western sides of Oklahoma City now with a tornado warning. That's moving east towards the south sides of Oklahoma City, Moore, Norman, where these computers are located. And then we have storms in the big country that should continue to weaken. So, with that being said, folks, we've given you an idea of what expecting overnight. Afraid Baldy-in-Chief here is just about out of gas. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to push y'all over to our 24/7 live weather stream. You're going to get those same audible weather warnings, storm reports, live radar data, and more. And we'll be able to keep y'all updated on that overnight. I do want to thank everybody for joining us this afternoon and evening. I realize that for most of Texas, this has been a non-story, and guess what? Even though we're going to have some more storms in Texas on Saturday, it'll probably be less active. Sunday has the potential to be a very active day from the Panhandle in West Texas through Northwest Texas, the Big Country, North Texas, Texoma into northeast Texas Monday morning with a long-lived cluster of severe storms, perhaps qualifying as a derecho, that'll be moving southeast. And with that, we do expect quite a bit of a ruckus. So, with that being said, I want to thank everyone who has joined us overnight, joined us today, this evening. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and push you over to our live radar stream. I want to say thank you for joining us. I want to thank our amazing chasers, our amazing moderating team. You had a great job today. Thank you for all your time, your efforts, and, well, we may not have live coverage on Saturday. We'll probably put out at least something in terms of a video. Not sure when, but Sunday, Sunday's going to be another all-hands-on-deck day. We'll have live severe weather coverage Sunday afternoon, Sunday night, and Monday morning with weather videos galore. So keep an eye out for that. But until then, I want to thank everyone for joining us. Thank you for your support. Thank you for hitting that like button and subscribe. And thank you for staying weather aware and helping us spread the word about the dangerous Texas weather we've been dealing with yet again today. That's going to be it, y'all. Want to say thank you once again. I'm done. I'm going to bed. My brain is mush. Y'all have a great night, and God bless.